Hello, everybody. First off, first things first, how is the audio? How's the audio? Is it shitty? I made sure to power cycle my audio interface this time before stream. Crispy? All right. Not too crispy though, right? We're not like popping, right? Yeah. Hi, mate. Audio's great. Hell yeah. That's what I love to hear. All right. All right. So we are 1-for-1 with resetting the audio interface, fixing my microphone. Love to see it. Love to see it. All right. So, this last week has been very ridiculous. We had first we have the Epstein, Ghislaine Maxwell's probably gonna get fucking let out of prison. If she was ever there to begin with, I'm convinced that she was never there. Just like Tommy Robinson, just like Jeffrey Epstein, I don't think that these people go to prison. I think they get fucking green screened in, or there's like a studio somewhere where it looks like a prison, and they're just chilling there. She's gonna be made the victim. Dude, fucking, who was it? Charlie Robinson was saying that like 2 weeks ago. I was watching Vagabond stream and he was on there talking about it, and he was like, watch, by the end of all of this, they'll end up making her the victim. And then like an hour later, her family releases a statement about how the trial was a witch hunt and all this other shit, and they need to re-examine her case and all that shit. And I was like, yeah, that checks out. That checks out. You can't fake a suicide twice. Remember when Owen Sawyer pretended to go to jail? Actually, I don't. I'm not quite sure who that is. Who the hell is Owen Sawyer? Or Owen Schroyer. Oh, yeah, InfoWars guy. Yeah, that was funny. That was funny. People saying she'll be on all the podcasts by the end of the year. Well, I'll let you guys know right now, anybody connected to Epstein is specifically not allowed on my podcast. I'm good. I don't need the clicks. I don't need the views. I'm not giving someone like that a fucking platform. Yeah, you're right. For January 6th. Yeah, that was funny. So, I did want to discuss a couple things before we get too into it. Really just like state of the stream shit. Owen faked jail? Probably. He did say he went to jail a lot, and he had his buddy Dominic was like tweeting from his account, and now all of a sudden Dominic is like some leading authority, always posting and sharing breaking news and shit, right? Indy actually did a good deep dive on him. Let me see if I can go find Indy's Substack. It was a while back. It's like Dominic Trippy. Because there's like some weird shit with him. It was maybe about a month ago. Hello, chat. What's going on? We got Cocoa Biscuits, L, Sonewell, Kovalvly, Lady Veracity, Tara Petra Wild, Layla Decker. What's going on? I don't think he has enough followers yet for her. Dalton School created big herpes Epstein-Barr virus. I keep saying Seven Seas is the detective of the year. I honestly believe the things you say because you always show receipts. I appreciate that. Definitely always vet everything that I say also, though. My biggest goal in doing all of this is for you all to not be led astray, even if that means by me. I'll be honest, there have been people that have like approached me to like have like either have me on a podcast or they like want to come on my show and shit, and I'm always like, I have to be very, very fucking careful because I don't know everything about everyone and all the shit, right? Like, it's so hard to vet everybody for everything. So it almost makes me like, it almost puts me in this like state of inaction because I'm like, I don't want to put this person on. I don't want to put this person on for this reason and this reason, right? And it's just tough. Like, you should be able to have people on and disagree with them on some things, but it seems like there's this really weird tendency for people to say, well, since you platform this person, you must absolutely agree with, endorse, and condone every single thing they've ever said. And I'm like, that's not really how life works, but I understand where you're coming from because when it comes to these people, you kind of have to do that. Listen to everyone, then you can work out and tell who's lying. Yeah, exactly. And like, if you guys ever catch me on some bullshit, call me out here. I'm not gonna like ban you from chat or anything like that. Like, it's always one of those things where, like, you know, I'm human, capable of making mistakes. Somebody could be a really, really fucking good bullshitter, and I'm not aware. So you guys have to be my vigilant eyes of accountability. This was the indie thing here. Let me see if I can bring this out some. So this was the guy that was like tweeting on behalf of Owen Schroyer while he was in jail. How's the big brain syndrome treating you, bro? Man, I'm gonna be honest. Last weekend I got a little tired. There was a lot of work that I had to do outside, and it's been really hot. It's been wearing me out. But I actually had my girlfriend had to have surgery a couple days ago. And so that has kind of been on the forefront for some things. There are a million puzzle pieces that never stops. I'm gonna call you out right now. Santa is real. Let's talk about it. Well, okay, so you're the one making the claim, so the burden of proof is on you. So Cocoa Biscuits, ball is in your court. Please feel free to provide the evidence of your claim, and we'll go through it together. And I have some questions. Enjoy this shit while it lasts. Soon we'll have to register with an ID to get online to prevent child abuse, but we all know it's to prevent free speech and the spreading of truth. Hope she feels better soon. Yeah, it was some dental stuff, and man, mouth pain is never good. It's like debilitating. I will say, if you guys want to meet and talk not on the internet, I am attempting to go to an event in Texas in October, where I was invited, and it's a good group of people, and they'll be having an event out there. It's like small business oriented, and it's just going to be like basically like truthers and people who don't trust the government and shit. So feel free to mark your calendars there. I'm sure there's going to be some announcements on it, but about mid-October or so. Money's a little tight, so I'm like up in the air as to whether or not I can make it, but right now the plan is to make it there. Debating whether Santa is real makes as much sense as proving Jesus was real. Where in Texas? El Paso, I think they said. You know what's disturbingly missing from the public? No one has a working thesis. It's like, shut up until you have absolute proof. Totally contrary to critical thinking and reasoning. That is fair. I do think that there is... So I've had this issue before with a couple people in like the journalism space, and they say that like I make too many assumptions about the people that I discuss, and they're like, you can't just jump to conclusions, and I'm like, you can jump to conclusions because here is a pattern of behavior that shows. Is it Third Eye Carnival? It is. It is. Just gonna have to swim across the ocean to get there. Hey man, if you can make it, that is fucking awesome. If you cannot, please don't feel obligated to like break the bank. I'm just another guy. You know, I sneeze, cough, sleep, eat, bleed, and shit like the rest of you. So but anybody that does want to come hang out and talk and stuff, I'll be there and would love to hang out with you guys. Pueblo's cool. I've never been to Texas. She controls the oceans, said about Maxwell at the United Nations. You know, it's really interesting. I'm assuming you're talking about the Terra Mar project, but AI generated people can't really shit. Well, I'll tell you what, Question Life, if you come all the way from across the ocean to here, I'll prove to you I'm not AI. How? Not sure. But something like that. Something like that. So there okay, so before I get too distracted, there's a couple things I wanted to talk about as far as the stream goes. So currently stream time is about 4 hours. And that is a long time for a lot of people. I'll just have to enjoy the AI version of you for now. That's fair. There was a journalist that read 3,000 plus of that New York mayor candidate Mondani's tweets. Conclusion: he's a radical socialist. Everything you're allowed to see from people like this is fake and gay. Yeah. Mondani is, he's Palantir backed also. Do you think the seven-horned monster from the sea in Revelations is the G7 countries and the oceans represent admiral law, which we are under? Interesting. We shouldn't be getting stuck in a slow, controlled drip of intel and evidence. We should be arguing and debating how to make sense from the available evidence. I agree. I think that, so to what I was saying earlier, it's like, you know, they all say that you shouldn't like, or at least the people that have talked to me about what I'm doing, in a journalistic sense, like my peers and stuff, they say don't jump to conclusions. And I'm like, you have to at this point because we don't have fucking time. Like, just because I'm showing that like these 5 people worked at Sun Microsystems and Sun Microsystems was heavily involved in DARPA that shouldn't mean that I have to hunt down the paperwork that shows that each one of those people working at Sun Microsystems was involved with DARPA. Like that should be a common sense thing, right? Where like anytime a division of the military becomes involved with a company, that is now a company of the military industrial complex. So let's save ourselves a bunch of fucking time, realize that all of the companies are fucking backed by industrial banking or institutional banking in the military industrial complex, and let's just start fucking naming names. You always have to make assumptions. It's making the least amount of assumptions and corresponds to the evidence. Just got here. Is something happening in Texas? Thank you. There's an event happening in Texas in October that I'm planning on being involved with. Don't jump to conclusions is such a cop-out. I feel the same fucking way. Because like at some point there you're not able to prove intent without like taking it through the court of law, and the court system is fucked also because you also can't always prove intent there. So it's like you have to assume intent by looking at their pattern of behaviors. And if their pattern of behaviors is they constantly align themselves with the military, they're constantly fucking involved with all these shills, they're fucking on the Epstein list, like that should be the number one thing. People are like, hey, you can't play guilt by association. Cool. Then you need to not worry about the Epstein list because you're just making all those people guilty by association, are you not? So when I say, hey, this person, you know, is close to Michael Flynn, that should resonate the same way as, hey, this person was on the Epstein list, in my opinion. I'll definitely be at the event in Texas. The military was behind warp speed vax drama. Yep. People get so angry when you criticize their hero, like the Nick Fuentes cult members. Yeah, it's really funny, man, because it's like the burden of proof that the people who follow Nick need to disavow somebody can also be the same level of proof that you give them about Nick, and they're like, oh, you're a Jew. I'm like, no, actually, Nick was the one started out working with Jews, but that's a really nice deflection. He's also a Catholic, which is just the Jesuits. So, you know, do with that what you will. He was also at J6 and didn't get in trouble. Do with that what you will. It's like when midwits say correlation doesn't equal causation, but a notable correlation does warrant further investigation at the very least. Well, it's like, it's like, okay, so correlation doesn't equal causation, but I have 7 correlations here. So to me, once you get into multiple correlations, that should be enough. Like one instance, cool. Maybe you fucked up. Maybe you made a mistake, got taken advantage of, lied to, fine. 2 or 3? It's too much. It's too much. Nick came from Daily Wire, kind of says it all. Exactly. Fuentes is legacy intel just like Tucker. Yup. Suspicion, caution, and natural jumping to conclusions is how our ancestors all stayed alive centuries ago. The trust the science bros all got eaten by bears and speared by Indians. I love that. Anyone who goes on to Alex Jones' show, I don't trust. Me either. I don't trust them either. I've seen quite a few people go on the Alex Jones show, and especially at this point, like ever since the 2024 election, it's like, okay, I can't even give you the benefit of the doubt because it's so fucking obvious that you know what's happening. It's not jumping to conclusions when interests converge. Yes, exactly. Or JRE. Yeah, fuck that. What about Greg Reese? So I like the information that Greg Reese has. And I also do appreciate the fact that he quit InfoWars. That, to me, speaks to his character. And he also openly talks about it, about why he left and shit. And it's basically the same reasons that I don't trust Alex Jones. Now, do with that what you will. I've had a couple conversations with Greg, and I think he's... I don't think he is intentionally like doing anything wrong. Now, me and him disagree about Bitcoin. And you know, I'm a crypto purist, right? I don't think there is any good crypto. I believe Greg Reese likes crypto, and that's where we differ. And who knows? Maybe I can have a conversation with him about it. What about Russell Brand? Oh, dude, Russell Brand's one of the worst. Greg says you shouldn't trust anyone, including himself. Dude, Greg has straight up said he doesn't trust me, and I'm like, good, because you don't fucking know me. And right back at you, respectfully, of course. But, you know, when Greg gets it, he gets it almost perfect, but when he speculates, it's kind of BS. That's fair. I will say that that's kind of, I mean, there has to be some speculation, but you know, I feel like I have very high standards for people that I'm willing to spend time with. Rage Against the Machine should be called Rage for the Machine. Yeah, shilling in the name of. I love that. One thing that that I want to talk about is the length of the streams. So right now we're roughly doing about 4 hours. And I need to know, is that too long for people? Because I feel like I could go for 8 sometimes, but I also want to be respectful of everyone's time and making sure that everyone gets all the relevant information, and I'm maybe not spending so much time filling the air. I hate El Paso too, but boots on the ground, old world architecture plus 7 is worth the drive. Oh, man. Man, you guys humble me. I had an ex-girlfriend that was managing hair and makeup at Channel 4 in UK when Russell Brand was big. Utter pervert, stalked her, joined same gym as her. The Me Too stuff about him was... Oh yeah, Russell Brand is a piece of shit demon. I get turned off when people call the Germans Nazi. That's a derogatory term created by the Jews. Put some respect on German people's name. I'm down. I love long streams like Grand Theft World. Shout Richard Grove. Richard Grove is someone that I've been meaning to have on the show for a while. I was on their show, but I haven't invited him onto my show. And I feel like we do kind of similar stuff, and I feel like there's a lot I could learn from him, because he's more of a historian than like a conspiracy person. So he's very like matter of fact, straight down the middle kind of thing, and I appreciate that. Need more focus on singular topics, but I really appreciate your content. Okay. Heard that. It's a 10-hour drive for me, but I've been considering making the trip just to meet some folks in person. Hey, well, I will let you guys know right now. The plan is definitely to be there. It's just and this is not me asking for donations. Money's just a little tight right now. So it is exactly dependent on just that. Again, don't use that as a, hey, let me send you money to make sure you go. I'll figure it out. Right now, pacing for going, but things could change. I'll let you guys know and just keep you guys updated. I prefer long form content when it comes to news and politics. Okay, cool. I'm late to the stream. How long we've been going? 26 minutes. German people never called themselves Nazis. Yeah. It's long for me too, but it's really uplifting to meet truth seekers in person. Update on Epstein. Trump says he's going to release it for 5 years, then does the binder fake, then release the list, then fake release, then the list doesn't exist and it's a hoax. Now he says maybe it's real, but he didn't know. Yeah. I'm going to tell you guys right now, 1000% Donald Trump was definitely fucking kids on Epstein Island. I don't have any proof, but there is no doubt in my mind whatsoever that Donald Trump is an absolute fucking pedophile demon. Project 2025 coming soon. Yeah, we have tons of evidence. Your webs, I enjoy the full 4 hours. The back and forth between the audience is what makes it 1000% worth the length. But that's what it's looking like. Politics should always feel more like a conversation than a script. It feels more authentic talking in circles in regards to politics because it naturally lets the mind wander and connect things. Who believes Trump didn't know Epstein was a pedo? 7, your show kicks. 4-hour streams are fine. Okay. Long Lies and Ties episodes make sense to me. Yeah, that was kind of what sparked it, because I did the last stream that I did was like a really long Lies and Ties episode on Sequoia Capital. And for 90% of the episode, I felt like I was just kind of talking to myself, and I was like, damn, I done lost everybody. What's Project 2025? What did I miss here? Project 2025 is basically a co-creation of the Heritage Foundation and the Council for National Policy. There are other interests that are involved, but it is a right-wing leaning, basically agenda for like surveillance and control and basically everything we're seeing now. So the Council on Foreign Relations is like the left-wing version where they imported all of the fucking immigrants, and now the CNP is like, all right, well, now we need digital ID and we need voter ID and we need biometric surveillance. And that's kind of how it works, is the CFR and the left wing are like, let's make things as fucking chaotic as possible. And then the CNP comes in and is like, all right, let's take that chaos and install authority. And basically they just rotate the fucking ratchet towards the agenda. You got to be a special kind of retard to think someone born into such wealth as Trump is going to imprison his criminal friends on Wall Street in Washington, D.C. Bannon saying he's 16 hours of an unreleased Epstein documentary. Yeah, I'm still wondering where that is, because that was years ago that he said he was going to do that. MAGA out here defending and dying on Pedo Hill. It's crazy. Free Ghislaine? No, don't. Actually put Ghislaine in prison. I can relate. I max out at 4 hours. Damn great point there. People don't understand that private corporations, the deep state write laws and policy, and government simply signs the bill. Yeah. So essentially what you have is like you have Project 2025 and the Heritage Foundation and Council for National Policy and all that shit, and they're the ones with the think tanks that basically they just get a bunch of fucking people to write a bunch of articles that manufacture consensus. So it's like it's the illusion that people should care about something, or that something needs to be done about something, and then that in turn, after it gets out into like public discussions, they already have the laws written. They're ready to pass those on over to the politicians, and the politicians literally do not read the fucking bill, Marjorie Taylor Greene, and then just sign the shit because they're told to. Project 2025 is led by Kevin Roberts. I feel like there's a lot of people at play. Like Phyllis Schlafly and Paul Weyrich. Paul Weyrich is the founder of the Heritage Foundation. Chat engagement will fluctuate. Try not to let it distract you. I like listening to political podcasts while at work to stay informed and keep my mind engaged while doing manual labor. Ghislaine went to private schools with Boris Johnson and other prominent people in British society. Exactly correct. Idaho just recently started to bring in Project 2025 through the back door. What do you think about Trump supposedly having defunded the World Health Organization? So, it's basically the exact same thing that we see with USAID, where the funding to and from the WHO is not what keeps things moving. It is the pharmaceutical companies and the big tech companies like Bill Gates with Gavi, right? So that's all just a show. It's like yes, it is an actual problem, but doing away with it is a non sequitur. It is inconsequential because it has been basically that relationship that is had is already being carried out by like private organizations and shit. Yo7, I hope you're doing good, brother. Thankfully, I invested in another monitor so I can play this in the background. What's up, Reese? Prophecy again. TV covers Project 2025 big time. Seven Seas, it is the Hegelian dialectic, left, right, red, blue, no real difference, everyone on the same side, and all the grant funding of the projects. Yeah. Gavi more or less bought their way into the WHO in 2006. And it's funny because a lot of people aren't aware that Microsoft, like when the Project Stargate thing got announced, right? It was like, okay, Oracle, OpenAI, SoftBank. Those were like the big ones. Microsoft got money for that too. Microsoft got money from Operation Warp Speed. And Microsoft is huge. I mean, who was it? The lady that leads the EU said that they were partnering with Microsoft to inoculate 500 million children. What for? Who knows? They just want to make sure that they have vaccines put in it, 500 million children for one reason or another. I forget what their timetable was, whether it was like within this year or by 2027 or something. The World Health Organization is supposedly passing those bills to control all countries' health measures and supposed to do global lockdowns except America, supposedly. Well, America, I mean, obviously history says that, you know, we're not immune to being locked down under a Trump presidency. Did you guys see that random aliens are going to attack in November story that the New York Post and others put out? Yep. That Project Bluebeam bullshit. Go back and listen to Ronald Reagan talk about aliens, and he'll tell you why they're saying there's aliens. Microsoft's headquarters is in Israel, same as their R&D. That makes sense. Israel is a huge proponent of all of this. Everything. Silicon Valley, tech, the biodigital convergence, medical shit, all of it. Predictive programming just shows how much control they've lost. Israel is a tech hub. Aliens wouldn't come to this nut house. UK is under full control of that Hegelian dialectic. All governments are. You are right. Intel is also housed in Israel, so hardware and software backdoors. Yeah, that's kind of been like my my point with my lies and ties for the last few episodes, where we're going through Sun Microsystems and Sequoia Capital and Kleiner Perkins and shit, because Sun Microsystems just became Oracle. Oracle got their contract with In-Q-Tel through the CIA and then used that to buy Sun Microsystems. What about a structure where you do a subject for 30 minutes or an hour, covering 4 to 8 subjects per hour per 4-hour stream? I would love to do that. And my biggest problem is I think that I get very distracted very easily. But I'd be interested in exploring. You and Kurt Metzger together would be so fire. I sat next to Kurt Metzger one time, and his height made me look like a child. he's a very large man. And me and him were, so he was at the Third Eye Carnival on the panel, and he was like a surprise guest. I didn't know he was going to be there. I don't think anybody really knew except for maybe like Steve and a couple others. They sat him down, and I'm like, hello. I want to like Kurt, but I get very conniving vibes. So the one question I have about Kurt is, why is he still doing shit with Jimmy Dore? Do you think Trump will be replaced by Peter Thiel and JD Vance by the end of the first term? However they try to do it, I don't know. I think that Trump will at least complete 3.5 years of his presidential term. And I only say 3.5 years because, you know, these people are like biblical prophecy fanatics. And if Trump is supposed to be the Antichrist, it prophesizes that he does it for like 42 months or something, which ends up being 3.5 years. YouTube now going to use AI to determine if someone is 18 or older. If they think you are under 18, you'll have to prove it with government ID or credit card. Well, so all you have to do for that This was actually something that we had an issue with TikTok. Um, is kids were dressing up as old people to get around the COPPA policies. And yeah. So we're gonna have a slew of that. And that's gonna be interesting. There will legit just be people trying to dress up like old people. It was the same as like when they passed alcohol age laws. You had people pretending to be old. Kids are smarter than tech engineers. Yeah, because they train their models. They train the AI model on children's faces, which, first of all, that is fucking creepy. But if it detects like gray hair or facial hair or like liver spots on your face or wrinkles or anything, you get an automatic pass. My YouTube account is over 18 years old. Mine's getting there. Oh, the AM Wake Up Fest? Yeah, that was it. Kurt's the only reason I still occasionally listen to Jimmy. How do we convince Trump tards that Trump is not evil and wants them dead? They'll shoot the other ear. Damn, kids are smarter than tech engineers. Sam Altman said ChatGPT conversations are saved and can be used against you in court. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is reason number 45 to not use AI. I don't use that shit at all. It's crazy because like I see so many people being like basically ideological extremists with their AI. And I'm like, do you guys realize you might as well just be saying all this shit to an FBI agent? Everything that you're putting in these LLMs, you might as well just be saying directly to the fucking government under oath. What's with all the comedians becoming podcast truthers? That I think is I think the Comedy Store was an intelligence front. Now I have zero proof of this either, so I'm just letting you guys know this is just something I believe with no evidence. I'm jumping to conclusions a little bit, but I think that the Comedy Store was basically a way for them to put people that are in on the plan and elevate them into fame. And I think Joe Rogan and his mothership comedy venue is very much kind of the same thing. I also think it's the same with like Kill Tony. I think that they position these people as like comedians and they get all their shit written for them and everything. A lot of comedians come from serious money. Brian Callen's father is counsel on foreign relations. Andrew Schultz, I haven't looked into him, but I would assume it's kind of the same thing. You have Bert Kreischer's father. Bert Kreischer went to a fucking Jesuit school. His dad was a lawyer for L. Ron Hubbard and the Church of Scientology. A lot of people don't know that. Notice load times of X's asked for human verification, then noticed a red dot on the tab meaning it's trying to access my webcam. Fuck that. Yeah, I always keep my camera cover ready to put, and then I make sure that I turn my microphone physically all the way down. I can listen to the Tim Dillon podcast, but he had Alex Jones on recently, and that was rough. They just signed 2 contracts to build 2 data centers in Pennsylvania, not to mention Microsoft bought 3 Mile Island there as well. Yep, I could see that my cousin did stand up and said that place was really weird and a grooming establishment. Yeah, I think so. Juxtaposition 1 on Substack will talk about the comedies in Hollywood with proof. Drug running 2. Comedians have been used to sneak in political agendas for decades. Comedy gets people to let their guard down and let their brains become passive sponges for social propaganda. I think, I even think that, yeah, Tom Segura's dad was like a banker. Like David Icke says, here and no further kind of commentator. Yeah. Comedy hasn't been funny since it got infiltrated. Well, I even think that like George Carlin. I think George Carlin was like a left-wing plant. I think he was there for like the demoralization, revelation of the method type shit where like all the things he says are right. You know, he is correct, but he does it in a way that he always did it in a way that wanted you to like eliminate hope. Tim Dillon hasn't been good since Ben left. Same with rock and roll musicians. Yeah, it was what was the name of the guy from the Doors? His dad was intelligence. In fact, there's a whole thing about John Dewey. David Icke is my neighbor in the UK. Will you please tell David Icke to check his messages for me, because I've been trying to get him for an interview for like 6 months. George Carlin knew way too much, way too early, just like Robin Williams. He's definitely an insider to the club. Have you noticed the Joe Rogan and Nino voice is the same? I don't know who Nino is. Yeah, Jim Morrison. I actually have something on that. It was the name of a school. It was the Wundtian Experimental Psychology. Did you guys ever look into anything about that? The Wundtian, I think it's Wundtian. Did we speak on MeWe a few years back? Yes, just watched a few interviews, lectures by Mark Delvin. Mark Delvin. Devlin. Ah. Deep dives into the music industry. Ozzy Osbourne sold his soul. I think Ozzy Osbourne, I mean, do I even have Mr. Crowley? Come on, man. Yeah, Sharon was definitely his handler. I think Sharon was probably like feeding him a lot of the drugs he was taking. Nino David Rodriguez. I'm not sure I know him. But the Wundtian Experimental Psychology is an interesting thing to look at. And so this goes into all kinds of crazy shit. Let me see if I can find... I can't remember what the hell I was looking at, but let me see if I can find it on here. Principles of Psychology, because I remember reading like an article somewhere that had Morrison in it. But it says here, so this is what I had. Though Dewey later attributed important credit to Pierce's pragmaticism for his mature views, Pierce had no sizable impact during graduate school. There, his main influences, neo-Hegelian idealism, Darwinian biology, and Wundtian experimental psychology, created a tension he fought to resolve. Was the world fundamentally biological, functional, and material, or was it inherently creative and spiritual? And so Dewey did this work with Wundt, and essentially became like the father of education. So like all of the liberalist idealism in academia and shit, that all basically got inspired by Dewey, because Dewey didn't teach certain philosophies necessarily. He took his philosophies and infused them into a teaching system that then got distributed all through academia. And John Dewey is often credited as the father of education of the 20th century. Gulf of Tonkin, John Dewey is Skull and Bones. Yep. He was also, so I always like to talk about, he was also Phi Beta Kappa. He went to John Hopkins, all kinds of crazy shit. But he was very heavily inspired by Hegel and everyone else from the Tübinger Stift. I'm just wondering, if you sell your soul for riches, etc., you'd probably be taking drugs too. That's fair. That's fair. Let me see. I actually want to pull this up. So this was a video I did for Iconic, and I thought that it would be interesting to look at because it goes into the like the French Revolution and the New School for Social Research. And this is like a preview of it. But it talks about how, like, basically all of the big idealism that we have now was inspired by the philosophy behind what inspired the French Revolution. When we look at the French Revolution, it was a period of political and societal change in France that began with the Estates General of 1789 and ended with the coup of 18 Brumaire in November 1799 and the formation of the French consulate. Now, what you had with the French Revolution was a product of people's frustrations with the current regime and sort of a counterculture movement. The Jacobins? Yeah, it was the Sabbatean Frankists that was propagated largely in part by the Sabbatean Frankists. This included, obviously, Jacob Frank, with a lot of support from Mayor Amschel Rothschild, and an attempt to subvert the current rule to establish a new order in which they could establish concepts like usury and push new concepts and ideals onto the populace.
The Sabbatean cult was taken further on by Jacob Frank and expanded massively. And Frank and Mayor Amschel Rothschild, the founder of the Rothschild dynasty, because the Rothschilds were called Bauer. They were a Middle Ages occult family.
And Bauer, the Bauers and so it was the Bauers came from Backauer. And Backauers were like the most powerful family of the Silk Road, like thousands of years ago. Just for context. This is my first time here. Not sure how I even managed to see your show, but I'm glad I did. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. You are welcome here. Sharon's dad, Don Arden, was a shitbag promoter, born Levy, Sharon Rachel Levy. Oh. I don't believe European royals being infiltrated were pro-people. America was created by French Freemasonry, the second communist revolution after
Cromwell.
Cromwell.
When Frank came along, they became expert at, but they did before, but after he became involved, he became expert in infiltration.
Infiltration and subversion. To me, Sabbateanism, you might, if someone says I'm a Sabbatean, they are basically a subverter, an infiltrator. Don't know about America, but Bauer is a huge pharmaceutical company in Europe. Go see if they're owned and or funded by the Rothschilds.
They infiltrated the Roman Church. They infiltrated even earlier the Jewish religion.
In spite of a papal ban on Freemasonry, Masonic lodges began popping up all over France. In 1772, there were only 100, but by 1789, there were 2,000. The king's own brother-in-law, a duke and trusted advisor, was a member of these Freemasons. King Louis XVI was pressured to fund the American Revolution. You hear that? The fucking French king funded the American Revolution And France already had hundreds of Freemason lodges before the revolution took place. And basically what they did was, after France lost the war, I believe it was the 7-year war with Britain, they were like, all right, well, then we're going to fund the American Revolution. And really what you had was basically a giant plot that was just theater. And this was the only way to convince the American colonies that they were truly freed. But in actuality, the French and the British were working together at the highest levels to put on the 7-year war. I think Rockefeller was connected to Bauer. Rockefeller is definitely like an offshoot, like a successor of the Rothschilds kind of thing. Like they were, the Rothschilds, I think, are the original as far as I'm aware. And then they basically made other families wealthy and powerful and connected and successful. At least some of the newer ones in America, like the Rockefellers. The statue has a chain around her legs. Mean that offensively either. Jesus' family said, don't scandalize me. The dregs society need a prince of darkness. What the fuck?
Which was simply a Masonic takeover of the New World. He was duped into doing this by advisors who convinced him that it would be a show of French strength to the British.
The decision to intervene in the transatlantic...
What about the Knight Templars and Jesuits? That's basically the Freemasonic Order of the Vatican. And they basically carried on all of the things from Rome forward and were very, very integral in Freemasonry. Because Freemasonry, like, I mean, you can look, and it's no secret that, like, America's based on Rome.
Revolution I presume everybody...
Tom Hardy's series Taboo is really good. It's set in the early 1800s London, shows a U.S. spy network empower East India Company. Ooh, East India is huge when it comes to the Silk Road.
Realized on the part of the French, it wasn't for any great love for the Americans. It was a straightforward act of revenge, as is made clear by the Welsh historian Gwyn Lewis. Lewis says, as a result of the 7 Years' War, 1756 to 63, Great Britain asserted her superiority over France as a world power. French influence had been swept out of Canada, effectively undermined in India, and challenged in the West Indies. From 1763 to the Battle of Trafalgar in 1805, the bitter pill of defeat stuck in French throats, helping to explain their misguided and financially ruinous foreign policy, including the bizarre decision to send soldiers of the absolute French monarch to assist Republican American colonists in their war of independence against Great Britain.
And so that whole thing is that was a free preview. I was pushing for some of the information to be free, but that was part of my series on Iconic. How much into Enlightenment have you studied? Enlightenment principles solve almost all modern problems. That's why I hate Tartaria. It distracts from our actual founding history that has solved all these current problems. Jesuits are the infiltration arm of Masonry. We call it Rosicrucians. Yes. Do you think there will be a revolution in America? No. No. And the reason that I don't think there will be is because there's not going to be like some mass awakening. People are too distracted, too divided, too like, okay, I'll put it to you this way. Studying history retrospectively, every single revolution we've ever had was completely fucking fake. And if it's been that way for thousands of years, I don't see it changing, I guess is the biggest point to me, because it is one of those things where like everybody, you know, I mean, like we have Mars in the chat who is anti-Tartaria, and then you have Cocoa Biscuits that is pro. Now, I think you guys are smart enough to realize, like, hey, maybe we can disagree on this as long as we do agree on the biggest problems. But it's that inability. So you should never compromise with the state or corporations or anything that has authority. You should be able to compromise with your neighbor and like regular people. And I think that's what people are missing. Is that, you know, we get so focused on the differences that we don't all realize that we all agree what the problem is, and we just get lost on that. Thousands of years, nothing changes, rulers rule, and serf. The more I look back, the more pointless everything is. War never changes. That's what every new generation never really realizes until they go through it and see it. They're going to fight over this again in the future anyway. Thesis, antithesis, and where they want to take us. They always have an agenda. Yeah, exactly. And I believe there is... man, I really wish I had more of that info for the new school on social research. I mean, I could just show it to you guys if you want. But I think this was like where a huge inflection point was for the 20th century. Because you have so many things that are here today that are coming from that. The mind-controlled sheeple who still believe in Trump will be led down the road of Christian nationalism as the solution. Merging church and state is never the solution. But can we all agree that the earth is not flat and not under a huge ass dome, and that this is military intel to split people who seek the truth? I'll say this. I don't need to know what the shape of the earth is to know that NASA and the government and all of the scientists are a bunch of fucking lying pieces of shit. And if we can agree on that, then the shape of the earth doesn't matter, in my opinion. Because I'm even at the point where, like, I think Isaac Newton was a bad actor. I think Isaac Newton was a fucking Freemason and came up with physics to sort of stow away some of the things that we could probably do if people thought that it was possible. Right now, it's transhumanism, AI government, cashless goals, all the drama, the distraction, like movie Wag the Dog. Yep. It's designed that way. The ruling class has been doing the same playbook for decades, and people have become so stupid that they can't even think for themselves. Newton stole from Leibniz. Neil deGrasse Tyson is fucking evil. Probably. The shape doesn't matter at all, I agree. Everything has been inverted. Yes. All right, so I think we'll talk about the new school for social research a little bit. It's me. What's up, Golden Monarch? The Earth does not move. Gravity remains a theory to this day. No one has isolated a graviton. Einstein was a fake, phony, propped up fraud. Everyone involved with the Manhattan Project was a fucking fraud. Einstein and Bohr came up with quantum physics to dismiss the ancient traditional idea of the ether known as the Force in the Star Wars movies. DeGrasse Tyson is an actor, not a scientist. All your heroes are Freemasons. I always say all your heroes are satanic pedophiles. 7C's what? Oh, we got a YouTube video. What is this? What is this? What are you sending me here? Turtles all the way down. Let's go. I'd play it, but they'd copyright strike me and end the stream. What do you mean what? Yeah, I felt like around Newton's time, you can say anything and people will believe it. I think the videos from Gaza and Ukraine seem like all staged. Wag the dog fake. What's the best way to send you documentaries/info? My bad, didn't finish the last sentence. All good. You can always put them here in chat. I will say that when it comes to like watching stuff on stream, I just have to be really careful because copyright is a bitch. but I'm always down to explore stuff and get turned on to new rabbit holes and theories and shit, because I don't know everything. So please feel free. As far as have you been down the 1700s airship rabbit hole? I haven't. I heard that the Great Fire of London, a psyop to sell housing, fire insurance onto people, and great monetary reset with the economy with threat of Dutch Empire. That's 1600s. Nothing is new, just more evolved. What's the best way to donate to you with the most going to you? That is an excellent question, and I am so glad that you asked. There is a donation link in my link tree. Let me go pull that up really quick. So if you guys ever want me to get 98% of the money, and completely bypass all the money going to like the big tech companies, because the way that it is right now is like Rumble takes, I think, 40 to 50%. YouTube takes 60%. And I don't know how monetization on Twitter works, but this donate right here, that gets it directly to me immediately, and I get 98% of it. I just never really push it a lot because I want you guys to keep your money. But if you are going to send me money, let's make sure that Google and fucking Peter Thiel don't get cut. Yeah, I went down a huge rabbit hole on the Vegas shooting, and it looks like the guy who discovered it is on point. Like, now the shooting makes sense, not the MSM BS narrative of the lone crazed boomer. Yeah, a lot of the fake shills that got made by the Vegas shooting. Oh shit, thank you for the 5 gifted subs, Pastel. Like Laura Loomer rose into prominence through the Vegas shooting investigation. I have a 5G dumb phone hybrid now. What does that mean? The heliocentric model was created by the Jesuits in Counter-Reformation. It was their learning against learning response strategy to combat the Reformation. Did you know science is now saying that the moon is in Earth's atmosphere? What? What's your opinion on Aurora, Texas in 1886, or maybe it was 1987? I'm not sure. Oh, you were asking Mars. I'm not sure. So 7Cs, you obviously see the credit score in private CBDCs imposed soon. Oh yeah, I was talking about that months ago. I'm going to actually pull up, because a lot of people, when they saw the Trump banning CBDC shit, I was like, you guys are retarded if you think that that's going to fix the problem. I said, so this was back in January, literally 2 days after he took office. And I said, I quoted people, and it said, Trump's banning a CBDC. I said, yeah, sure, wonderful and all, just clearing all the red tape for private issue stablecoins. Only banning anything tied to a central bank. Centralized, non-bank issued cryptos are totally fine. Establishing a working group on digital assets marketplace, which includes Scott Bessent, former Soros banker responsible for helping to tank the British pound in '92. The Attorney General Pam Bondi, former representative of the company Black Knight, subsidiary of the Intercontinental Exchange, which owns the New York Stock Exchange. This is ran by Chief Executive and founder Jeffrey Craig Sprecher, who along with his wife Kelly Loeffler were involved in an insider trading scandal that took place right before COVID. Kelly Loeffler also served as CEO of crypto exchange Backed, which is in talks to be bought by Trump Media as of November. And then I have a previous post on Pam Bondi. Another person on this committee is Howard Lutnick. Where to begin? Cantor Fitzgerald, the Boston group through which he launched FMX, which was funded by Morgan Stanley, Tower Research Capital, and Wells Fargo. Took Peter Thiel platform Rumble through its SPAC, and working with previous Soros banker Treasury Secretary from Trump's first term, Steve Mnuchin, who played a critical role in passing the CARES Act, on an Earth observation satellite company called Satellogic. Did you guys know that? That Howard Lutnick has a satellite spy company? Don't tell me what to do. Wait, what? Did I? My bad. That's true about Loomer. Sounds like something Joe Rogan would promote via a guest. It has touchscreen. Honestly, I want to learn, discover the dragon lore rabbit hole. The Draconians? Watch the movie Conspiracy Theory and you'll feel right at home. Stablecoins, cryptocurrencies, or CBDCs, albeit blockchain technologies per money laundering. I do primary research, used to be an attorney. I always wondered about the dragons too. See, I've heard some things about that, and I don't know where I sit. Because it's kind of like, all right, so I'm okay with the idea of doubting dinosaurs. But I need proof that it is dragons. That's where I'm at, and I haven't ever seen enough compelling evidence to say yes, it is absolutely dragons. Could be. It absolutely could be. I'm not saying it's not, but I need more proof, I think. You don't trust the Smithsonian? Absolutely fucking not. No matter how much Bitcoin propaganda is out there, know that they are deceptively trying to distract you with the digital meme coin instead of real life issues related to Gaza, rise of technocracy, etc. Well, I do think that that stable coins are part of the technocracy thing. I think they're going to tie that to everyone's energy certificates, and that's how we're going to get the carbon transactionalism closed loops economy. Speaking of the dragons, I was in Vlad Tepes' castle in Transylvania, Romania, and there was a sinister looking chair there. I could feel the evil coming from it, even if I was drunk. Yes, the Order of the Dragons. Quick way to bring in massive tech employees under Elon to help find government waste. Elon leaves and all the tech employees he put in place remain. And most of those tech companies were recruited by Palantir. Palantir did a lot of the recruiting for Doge. I think the dragon sits in Switzerland, home of the BIS and WEF. That is very possible. Oh, the rest of the people that are on this stablecoin committee, Howard Lutnick, Christy Noem, Russell Vaught, who's tied up with the Heritage Foundation, withholding the OBM's economic forecast during the COVID pandemic, and current policy director of the RNC as of May 2024. Michael Waltz, who is the NSA, worked in the Pentagon as a defense policy director for Secretaries of Defense Donald Rumsfeld and Robert Gates. Robert Gates was over Iran-Contra. He was a former Fidelity trustee, CIA, and lectured at Johns Hopkins. You have Kevin Hassett. You have Michael Kratsios. Michael Kratsios is an important name that doesn't get brought up a lot. Stephen Miller, Baldy. Paul Atkins, member of the Token Alliance, member of Phi Beta Kappa, expected to heavily reduce the regulation of crypto as a security within U.S. economic policy, and Caroline Pham from Sullivan and Cromwell. Sullivan and Cromwell is where fucking Dulles got started. I have my own experience, which leads me to suspect dragons are, or at least were, a thing. That's a basic fact that they appear in all cultures, fables, and history. There's also martial arts. The one thing I'll say as a counter to dragons appearing in a bunch of like lore and mythology and shit is there was a Chinese Jesus. Speaking of Zionist Bitcoin, I came across an article that Substack user Shanley referenced recently, posting the link here. What is this? Does this have to do with Bitcoin also? Good thing I'm not flying anytime soon. So statistically, are you more likely to die in a Boeing plane crash or as a Boeing whistleblower? Because it's kind of up in the air for me. I think 100% of the people that did a whistleblowing on on Boeing died. Not everyone that has flown on a Boeing plane has died. Statistically, French masonry is run out of Scotland and Switzerland. You're talking about like the Scottish Rite shit. And I think it's really interesting that Trump has, he has shit set up in Scotland. He has the fucking golf course. His mom was born in Scotland, and he went through that weird like Scottish Rite thing after he fucking technically graduated from the school. Do you guys remember seeing that? Right here. Now, I never got complete confirmation whether this was a real video. It looks real, in my opinion. Trump went to Scotland to receive his diploma for a business degree in 2010. He was really receiving his honorary Scottish Rite 33rd degree. I know Trump has said to have converted to Judaism in 2017. I'm sure he was a Jew way before 2017, though. I think he just admitted finally. Boeing whistleblower were killed by the CIA. I'll say that's probably true in the fact that Boeing and the CIA are both part of the military industrial complex. There's also an ancient grave in Kashmir, northern India, that claims that Jesus from Nazareth lies there, and lore has it he immigrated there when he disappeared from history. Am I likely to die in a car 500 yards away yesterday? An old lady pulled out a farm onto a road and killed two. Jesus, fuck. A lot of the crests of bloodlines have dragons too. It represents the powers and principalities. It's always the hand symbols from Trump for me. Yep. Always been skeptical of that video. Scottish Rite uses number 13. York Rite uses number 33. All Masonic Kabbalist secret societies use the Kabbalah numbers, signs, and symbols. Yeah, I think it all goes... I think all of it just goes back to the Kabbalah. And I think the Kabbalah has gone through various revisions over the years and become other texts. Like I think the Bible is a version of the Kabbalah. I think that I think that a lot of the secret societies, like charters and shit, like their list of rules and policies and all their traditions and shit, are just reworks of the Kabbalah. 13 is the Masonic sign of solidarity. I would say both. First they print it, then they pocket it and pay off all their friends. Yes. Scottish Rite of Freemasonry came about after the Knights Templar was hunted down and killed by the King of France on Friday the 13th in medieval times. They escaped there and set up as Masons. Is the dollar collapsing because of a mass government spending, or is it because it's being hoarded by the elites? Maybe it's a combination of both. The dollar is being systematically crashed on purpose by the government and institutional finance. You have people like Howard Lutnick who are gaming the tariff shit. You have all of them are like moving money around all the time, collaborating with each other. Like all these people meet in secret at all these fucking events. And, you know, obviously what a lot of people don't understand is like there's 24 hours in a day where these people could be talking to literally anyone about anything. And just because it doesn't appear in the news doesn't mean it's not going on. What's your opinion on the Dead Sea Scrolls and why were they taken out of the Bible and hid in a cave until some kids found it again in 1947? I think that the Dead Sea Scrolls were also part of the Kabbalah. And I think that those parts of the Dead Sea Scrolls were taken out of the Bible because it made the Bible too similar to the Torah. If anyone follows Jeff Berwick and Max Egan, I'm excited to announce I'm going to be ordering a Tesla machine very soon. I'm not sure who that is. If dragons never existed, then why do animals have a natural fear of it? Doesn't make sense to me. Also, in practice, the dragon is the only animal form that can hold its own versus all other forms. Masoretic text, which most English Bibles are translated from, was tampered with, changed, altered by Kabbalistic Jews. Yeah. Damn, the dollar dropped a lot for just 1 month. Let me see if I can find my multiple posts telling people that the dollar was going to crash. Yeah, here we go. The US dollar is on track for its worst year in modern history. I said, who could have seen this coming? Scott Bessent was chosen as Treasury Secretary specifically to crash the economy and tank the US dollar so that stablecoins could come in and save the day. That was June. Former Soros bankers were handpicked by Trump for both terms to run the Treasury. Steve Mnuchin worked for One West Bank. Scott Bessent worked for Soros. Their hatred for Soros is a charade. And I posted that January 8th. So before Trump even took office. Oh yeah, I still have that article up that I have to look at. Monarch, my fault. Crypto is killing the dollar, e.g. Tether. The fact that the dollar USD can be converted into a crypto stablecoin token should raise a lot of concern for everyone. I agree. Jeff Berwick is the dollar vigilante guy, and Max Erin is the Crow House guy. They both live in Acapulco. Ah. CIA has a base under Lake Geneva? What the fuck? Do you have video on that? El Salvador has seen a significant uptick in media coverage after the election of Bukele, self-proclaimed world's coolest dictator, Bitcoin country. Bukele established Bitcoin as legal tender, and that also didn't go very well. And if politicians like Loomis have boldly suggested that the U.S. trades it for gold reserves for Bitcoin reserves. Oh, yeah, yeah. Whatever happened to the Fort Knox audit? I'll keep people posted on my experience with it. Please do. Because I'm not even sure what it's supposed to be. Energy-based UBI. Rogue Philosopher is absolutely right. I've heard about the base underneath Lake Geneva. Heard about it in the 80s. I haven't. I wasn't even alive in the 80s. As a Canadian, I could say the same for Mark Carney. Yep, absolutely. My bones might turn to jello in a few years. It got rug pulled. Anyone watch UK Column News? Fantastic information. They're really underrated. Switzerland is neutral, no war, so it won't be hit. Free zone bankers or international banks, something big is there. I agree. Dr. Jack Cruz lives in El Salvador. Really? Just joined. Did you go over the 33rd floor shooter already? No, but can they make the we deserve better psyops. Like, okay, so there's a shooting in Reno, and then a guy drives from Reno to New York, kills 6 people, and kills himself. First of all, anytime a gunman kills himself, you should assume that it's an op, because 100% of the time, the government doesn't want somebody that is going to be willing to testify. What Fort Knox audit, I suppose. Doge confiscated all the gold? I probably, yeah. I've heard Trump tards say Trump repatriated the gold present in the Vatican to America. Yeah, on the 33rd floor. Yeah, dead men tell no tales. And I mean, you look at the same thing with like the assassination attempt, right? Like they fucking killed the guy, and they didn't want him. They didn't want a trial. If they don't want a trial, even though the courts are also rigged, they can't fully control that. 7, you ever think about what preceded Kabbalah? I have. It's so tough because once you reach like so far back in history, you can't even tell what's real anymore. It all just becomes like stories that are told, and there's no documentation or anything like that. Many shooters are non-existent based on my research. I'd believe it. Omar was working for the FBI. Who's Omar? The shooter was white? I thought he was black. Tell me more about the Dead Sea Scroll deception. 33rd floor and he was 27. Yep. 728. Yep. So, from everything that I know, and this is kind of like where things get really weird, is like when you even go back to like the Epic of Gilgamesh, right? Like the Epic of Gilgamesh was all about this it all came from this Uruk, which is like modern day Iraq, and the Uruk and the Kish were very, very like closely aligned with each other in like belief systems, and were essentially like the Sumerians. And the Sumerians got into a war with the Akkadians, and the Akkadians were more of the Mesopotamian deity stuff, right? So with the Sumerians, it was more like nature centered deities. So you had like the tree god and the fucking sky god and shit and all this, right? And the Akkadians come in with their like personified gods, like Hadad and Baal and all that shit, right? And so they get into a war, and the Akkadians completely fucking wipe out the Sumerians, basically. And then from there, they forced all the Sumerian people to then, all the ones that were alive anyway, to then follow the beliefs of the Akkadians, which were all the Mesopotamian gods. And then those ended up getting spread throughout the Silk Road as the Abrahamic religions. And they spread, Islam to the east, Christianity to the west over into Rome. And then they kept Judaism in the middle so that they could fucking manipulate both sides all the time. Phoenicianism is one of the precursors to the Abrahamic religions. Kabbalah supposedly started in 1270 AD. I feel like it was a lot earlier than that. From Disclosed News, YouTube will begin using AI to monitor user behavior and psychology to determine whether viewers in the US are over or under the age of 18. Oh, Jesus. Okay, so do I need to, like, start, like, smoking on stream or something? Like, smoking cigars? Look, I'm at least 21. There's more documented history about pirates of the 1800s than there is even biblical teachings of the time. Yeah, I think that, what you had was you had a bunch of people that were practicing oral religions, and they basically, so like what happened with like the Crusades and them going after paganism, I think that was basically what also happened here. What's up, Sabrina? I have a stream scheduled with Ryan on Friday, and me and him were talking, And a lot of the work that I've been doing on like Kleiner Perkins and Sequoia Capital and stuff, I think we both kind of mutually agreed that it is a good, it's good precursor information to the biodigital convergence, because it kind of shows like where a lot of the tech came from and like who financed it and shit like that. And so we'll have him on Friday, and we're going to be talking about it, because he was talking to me about Oracle and Sun Microsystems, and I'm like, dude, I'm actually like still in the middle of breaking down all the people involved with Sun Microsystems and the financing behind it and how that ended up spinning out BlackRock and stuff. So it's going to be awesome. T-Lav Ryan? No, it's Ryan Sikorsky. I'll show you guys. So I'll be honest, Ryan is very like science oriented when it comes to all of it. So if you guys are ever looking for like, he's essentially posting what I would expect to see in a white paper, but telling you how all of it's connected, instead of saying like, here's this technology, here's how it works, here's what we want to do with it. It's breaking it down like that, and then showing how it connects to other pieces of tech and other aspects of the grid. So like here he's talking about the new energy grid is based on the transmission of data packets wirelessly, and then he talks about ARPA-E's program nodes. Network Optimized Distributed Energy Systems program aspires to enable renewables penetration at the 50% level or greater by developing transformational grid management and control methods to create a virtual energy storage system based on use of flexible load and distributed energy resources. And that just reminds me of like the energy certificates from the original technocracy movement. Jesus dying as a virgin at 33 is sus. He got no cheese at all. That's real research. Yeah. Last weekend, UK announced it's made a task force to watch online behavior of people promoting nationalism and speaking anti-migrant rhetoric online. They're no longer hiding it. That's actually kind of crazy, because Keir Starmer is talking about deporting the migrants. So does he break that law, or how does that work? You should talk to T-Lav Ryan too. So I was supposed to go over to T-Lav Studio last week, and he ended up getting sick, and I'm going there tomorrow actually, and I'm gonna be taking the Sun Microsystem stuff and the early Silicon Valley stuff and bringing that to him to present on Sign, you just heard Seven say your name and Ryan's. Yeah. So I'm going to be presenting all this stuff tomorrow, hopefully on Vagabond stream, and kind of discussing all of it and using it as sort of a precursor to, once I understand the biodigital convergence well enough to speak to it, then bringing that back and being basically propositioning T-Lab and saying, hey, so this was like a precursor to the biodigital convergence, and now I have all of the current technology and everything like that that we'll be able to kind of discuss. So after I am on with Ryan on Friday, I'll be mapping out a lot of the digital convergence stuff. Meant to do it this weekend, but like I said, the girlfriend having surgery and different things happening, I had to do some stuff around the house, so a little bit of a delay. But I do have Ryan slotted for it'll be 10 a.m. Central Time on Friday, I think. No, Thursday. Apologies. Dabuma-san I'm talking to on Friday. Police at protests wear evidence capture on their uniforms. They hold cameras that are obviously using AI to trace facial patterns. Yes. We could have energy, free energy. Instead, we have centralization of energy and being sold energy credit scores by the government to make us poor and slaves. Yeah, it's essentially what they did with money, but they're going to do it with energy. where, you know, they come up with a system that makes sure that they own all of it and can control the distribution of it. What are the chances Seven Seas can convince Whitney Webb to talk to him? Webb did recently speak with Brianna Greyjoy from Bad Faith Podcast. Whitney Webb and I follow each other, and when I was doing the series on Iconic, I tried to get her for an interview. She said that she wouldn't be available until May, and I stopped doing my series on Iconic, and things just kind of fell through. But I could probably reach back out to her, because I was messaging her at the time and saying, like, hey, I don't think that Ian Carroll is on the... I don't think Ian Carroll's an ally. And she told me some stuff, and I was like, okay. Iconic is sus too. I'll say this. I feel like I say it every stream at this point. I don't trust anybody. Alright? What I will say is that if somebody is going to give me a platform to share good, honest, actual information, sure. What is Iconic? It's David Icke's website. That's where he puts all of his content now. Anybody who calls out Israel's infiltration of America as an ally. At this point, I don't know, because you have some people like Ian Carroll, who's like, Israel's bad, but vote for Donald Trump. Right? And he's close with the Flynn network and shit. I am careful about David Icke, as there's a video of him in the 1990s where he said on video that he was the son of God. I have heard about that video. I have not seen the video. Starmer is a total cutout of Tony Blair. He's been signaled for PM for years. He was the equivalent of AG and refused all action and covered up Jimmy Savile when he was alive. That makes sense. Anyone scared to mention Jews is sus to me. If you're nervous and quiet about it, it's what you don't mention I'm paying attention to. Before Brianna Joy Gray, Webb also spoke with Katie Halper and Sabby Sabs of RBN. But why not AM Wake Up, Hard Lens, Pastas, RBN, INN, etc.? That's a great question. I've also noticed that she's been absent from the last few IMA panels. You heard that new Bluetooth messaging app? They've had that Hive network for over a decade. It's spy tech being repackaged, massive dots to connect there. Is that the... I think I have heard of that. I think I saw a post about it the other day. Ryan Dawson and Ian Carroll are the same people. Yeah. Whitney had been on with Steve a few times. Back to not biting the hand that feeds them dollars and shekels. Just tagged you on X with some religion flowcharts. Ooh, nice. Mom's got a mom. Overlapping Bluetooth networks for no internet connection. Crazy. So there's something called like RMPP or something like that. And the guy that does Above Phones was talking to me about it and said that it is like an open source messaging platform that doesn't... I can't remember what the fuck he was saying, but it basically runs on like old infrastructure, and I'm like, well, the old infrastructure was compromised too, so I don't really... you have not investigated yet the destruction of the food supply, bro. BlackRock, Unilever, Israel, the mom thing. The government is attacking farmers on massive scale all across the West. That is true. That is true. They're like forcing them to take, to do like the Boever shit. They're dropping hookworms from the sky to infect cows, and then coming up with a hookworm vaccine, which that's not even how shit works. Because hookworms are a parasite, and vaccines are supposed to be for viruses. The overlaying networks could stop at the network layer with P2P and just use frequency hopping with visible light communication. So, is there a way to communicate without using like the cellular infrastructure? Bluetooth is very old, so it has a lot of extra connectivity for messaging that would steer clear of upper layer connections. Interesting. I would be very interested in that because I think it's like RMPP or XMPP or something like that. Here it is. So this is basically where he like said, you know, XMPP, a 25 plus year old protocol used by hundreds of thousands of people. And he has like guides and stuff on it. But yeah, I don't know much about the actual tech to say whether or not it works. Do hookworms hurt chickens or pets? I believe hookworms are definitely like they're not selective. I think they'll just anything that has skin, it'll just crawl in it. What, hookworms? Yeah, hookworms enter in through your feet typically. The government won't allow Amish to be free. The one problem I have with the Amish is that they have very similar issues as the Vatican when it comes to children. Everything else, I'm pretty okay with. But they're not good to kids. Not all of them, but it's, you know. The FDA is already going after the Amish for not vaccinating their cattle and selling raw dairy. Yeah. North Dakota actually just legalized raw dairy, which I think is cool. Who knows how long it'll last, and they probably have like a controlled raw dairy distribution platform already ready. But, you know, if you can go find a local farmer and get it from them and not get in trouble, then fucking awesome. Oh crap, I never wear shoes unless I go into town. That is not meant to scare you. It's gonna be largely like in fields where there are like a lot of cow droppings and shit. Basically, if you're gonna go tend to the cows, just wear boots. Otherwise, you should be fine. Folks in the South used to get hookworms from walking barefoot. Yeah, yeah. They still give their kids the Rumspringa to leave the farm and see the world for an entire year, and then decide if they still want to be Amish. Your skin is very, very white, but yet you have very, very black beard. AB indie skin. How did that happen? Well, I was born blonde, and then when I was like 3 years old, my hair color changed to very, very dark. And I'm white because I spend a lot of time inside. Folks in the South used to get hookworms from walking barefoot. Starmer has passed farmer wealth tax that will only help BlackRock, Larry Fink buy up UK farmlands. There's Amish people in Canada, and they've been caught trading young girls with similar people in the US. Yeah, exactly. Rumspringa is men and women of legal age sleeping around supposedly while outside the Amish community. Sunlight will cure your ailments. I have been making it a point to try to get outside more often. The problem that I have is that I don't have like a way to do research outside. And anytime I'm not doing research, I'm typically just like trying to relax, or I'm doing something like around the house. Like I was outside yesterday for probably 4 hours mowing the yard. But yeah, that was what I was alluding to, Phil, was the Amish. There's a lot of like underage sex stuff that happens in Amish circles. Get that sun, it'll help your overall health. I know. I know. You need to spend a week at the beach. Man, if I could afford a week at the beach, you best believe. When I was down in Florida for the Bohemian Grove, I wanted so bad to go to the beach, but I didn't have time. I walked 10.5 miles in the woods today, took 3 hours and 15 minutes, had to take a 2-hour nap afterwards. I can't wait for that Tesla machine. What does the Tesla machine do? Is it similar to like the oh man, I can't even remember what it's called. No, not Bohemian Grove, Brohemian Grove. It is a truther event that is put on by Nephilim Death Squad, and it was in Florida. There's also the AI drones and robots being built right now. Those machines will be used very soon. Yes. Sorry. No, you good? XMPP routes on a special protocol that is rather creative based on an older instant messaging protocol. It's a creative way to route, but still open source. So it seems like it's better than current like mainstream traditional messaging, but still has the ability to be captured, monitored, and shit like that, right? Clint Russell is sus as fuck. Yes, he absolutely should be sus as fuck because he's in the Trevor Fitzgibbon fake libertarian circles. I was referring to visible light communications, photonics. Photonics is in that web in this. I have gotten like a very early start on the web, but I'm really waiting on I want to make sure that I'm not getting shit wrong. And maybe it's not this one. Maybe it was the other one. Is it this one? Photonics? Maybe not. I was also looking at, so I was taking a look over some of the links you had sent me, and for phase 4 of the implantables, I saw a humoral component and backscattering communication, and I was trying to like look at what those are. And backscattering is the ability to transmit data without a battery or power grid connection, like old school antennas. And then humoral immunity is just anything to do with the immune system. Yeah, it's a server side and uses XML to keep TCP open longer, but it might be more difficult to track for a newer script, kiddies, in my opinion, so it could be safer for a bit. Clint Russell has business acumen. Have you looked into the Sarasota 1,500-foot water well NDS did a podcast on? No, but I saw that they were trying to find it. Try to have sun shining and the beach on your screen for just about 5 to 6 minutes might help to get some tan. It's a long weekend coming up in Canada, going to visit my parents in a pretty remote country place. Can't wait. Same environment I grew up in. I hate the cities. Me too. Russell is a soy boy. People keep expecting to see new, never seen before tech. No, it's the old tech used in ways that the public doesn't understand. Think modes. When did he say he was going to do the stream on Racine? I'm going to be doing the Racine stream on Thursday. Yeah, Thursday. Ever do a video on the alkaloids telepathine or astraline? Bodies emit biophotons and the intelligent reflective surfaces bounce the biosignals or the necessary frequency modulation to read them or any device. So it seems like the way that I'm kind of viewing everything is it's not possible to create like a new technology that exists outside of these systems, because the way that like a regular person would be able to transmit data, I think is inevitably always going to be captured in some form or another, especially if it becomes big enough. Like they'll shut it down with the government, or they'll do like a leveraged buyout thing through like venture capital firms or something like that. Like there's never going to be like a huge technological advancement that is safe for us. They won't let it happen. Molecular communication or nano networks under the interstitial fluids can communicate with the ambient. The systems underground or terrestrial have been there over 100 years. Yeah, I started looking more into like the ELF projects that were happening in like the 20th century, and holy shit. No wonder there were so many sicknesses that were taking place. Like all the different, your AB cryptography reference was great. Oh yeah, the for Bitcoin. Right here talking about like the old cipher machines and stuff. Yeah, this is what basically tells me, cryptography is bullshit. Cryptography as we know it is basically just a product of like the Nobel family and the military industrial complex and the Swiss and intelligence agencies. Once as a kid in the 80s, we heard Morse code coming out of a cliff in the woods. I shit you not. What was up with that? I mean, that could have been, were you picking it up on a device or like hearing it audibly? Because I would assume that most Morse code delivering systems have some sort of like speaker so that you can test to make sure that it's working. Nothing good happens in Violet, but one-time pads if an op is truly important. No, we heard it coming out of the cliff wall. The document of cryptography, a handwritten remark about crypto business. I'm not sure I have seen about that, but I did do a lot of researching into like the history of like cryptography and shit. And I basically came to the conclusion that, oh, okay, so it's the government has all the keys and they lie and tell everyone that it's unhackable, but they can see all of it all the time. And I was like, okay, well, if that was the case for communications in the 20th century, and now they're saying it about finance, they consider this right here the largest intelligence coup of the 20th century, because they were making these cipher machines for countries to communicate with each other, and they were able to basically read all of the communications. So every country was being spied on. And I think that exact same thing is happening right now with money and Bitcoin. Plasma and magnetic systems of our planet are part of the ELF controls with cyclotrons and other large systems in heavily populated areas. Those connect to all the satellites and HARP, Gwyn, etc. PKI cryptography is a hoax. That was the LSD, the Morse code. It could have very well been something like a false wall, and they just had something there, especially if it was at a national park. What if I told you all viruses are really radio wave sicknesses? I would believe it, and I 100% think the exact same thing. I think that if you go back and you correlate any time that they started doing like electromagnetic radiation or frequencies, that you can then go back in history around that same time and see that there was usually some sort of virus or sickness. Like, for example, Sabrina was telling me about this this radar system that got launched in Wisconsin. Lo and behold, the same, it was like a year later, they had the Hong Kong flu. All crypto logistics are heavily controlled from international security. Dead Sea Scroll lecture by Tudor Alexander is under his Meseratic Psyop series. Part 10 is 36 minutes on Dead Sea Scrolls. Yeah, The Invisible Rainbow, the book. Yeah, I have gotten probably 5 pages in, as well as our owned by state, county. It's very controlled setup, pyramid in nature. Yeah. Ambient radio waves. It's not necessarily a targeted weapon like Havana Syndrome suggests. I hear all sorts of large machinery going on in the woods. It sounds like it's coming from all directions. My dog hears it too. I can hear. So I have this battery charger for my drill. You can't see it because it's green. I mean, it looks black on here, but when I plug a battery into this and I start charging it, I can hear it. And when I hear it, it sounds like tinnitus. And I'm like, this thing is killing me. It's charging my battery, sure, but I feel like I need to be charging this outside or something. But I can hear it. Like when I turn my head, and I only get the tinnitus when I turn my ear towards it. So like if I'm like this, my ears aren't ringing. But when it's plugged in and charging a battery, if I turn like this ear starts ringing like I have tinnitus. And I like get closer and closer, and it's just coming from that charger. And then you have to think of every single electronic thing that takes a battery that's receiving a charge. I think charging batteries, like lithium batteries, is also a form of EMF poisoning. I really want to get that EMF reader. I once heard something about LSD not being discovered by Hoffman in Switzerland in 1943, but in Italy in the late 1800s. Anyone know anything else about it? I have never heard that before. You guys know they banned the old radio spectrum the stations ran on a week before COVID? Like the pirate radio shit? Finally got around to watching the final seasons of House of Cards last week. Was rush-written film made in 2017. Some big predictive programming. LSD comes from LSA, which is natural from a mold grown on rye. I actually synthesized LSA once. Back when you could still use the Silk Road. So this is what a lot of people don't know. I was big in crypto before, I would say 99% of these Bitcoin maxis. And I was using it to buy shit on the Silk Road. And I was buying like morning glory seeds and weed and shit, and I was taking the morning glory seeds. I don't know if I can say how I did this exactly, but basically paint thinner and Everclear, and then you let it dissolve, or like let it evaporate, and then the powder that you're left with is essentially just LSA. And I was doing that in like 2012. So I have a Bitcoin wallet out there somewhere that has probably like 4 or 5 Bitcoin on it, but I lost the fucking paper wallet that because I had it in my actual wallet and I lost my wallet. And this was back when like Bitcoin was fucking, you could get one for like $5. But after I lost my wallet, I stopped doing all that shit, and I was like, you know what? Maybe I need to stop. And then Ross Ulbricht got popped, and I was like, yeah, I'm glad I stopped. Even though now, in retrospect, Ross Ulbricht was a psyop. Putting off watching House of Cards final seasons as it was literally Spacey Underwood finally watched final season after Netflix canceled him. It's terrible. Claire got pregnant in her mid-50s. Jesus Christ. Wasn't she supposed to be Hillary Clinton? Page 16, unrelated. Viala in the crypto business for the French Department of the Interior. What? Wine Woodrose? I'm glad I didn't stop. If they did, they would definitely keep it secret and make a cult out of it, because if you're using it for the first time, you'd be screaming magic. Look up a guy called James Howells. I was ordering MDMA and other shit. Yeah, it's so funny because people will be like, you don't even understand Bitcoin. And I'm like, bro, I owned Bitcoin before you knew what the fuck it was. Shut up. In the United States, a significant spectrum reallocation took place just weeks before COVID-19 pandemic was officially declared in March 2020. Yeah. And T-Mobile was pushing most of that when they merged with Sprint the year before. Because T-Mobile and Sprint, which is just SoftBank, they ended up merging and creating the new T-Mobile, and they had a shit ton of 5G spectrum. This was interesting. Save this for later. Star G's journey from being an electromagnetic refugee to getting her life back. Oh, I think that'll be interesting for me. Because I don't know if it's like a placebo because of all the shit I've learned, but I do feel like I am more aware of the effects that electrical magnetic frequencies have. Like I'll tell, like I tell my girlfriend now all the time, I'm like, I feel like I can hear the electricity. Turning into Saul's brother. Nextel too. Yeah. Nextel, Nokia. Well, not Nokia, but yeah, Nextel was a subsidiary of Sprint. I feel during and before Silk Road, whoever came across Bitcoin and its website were effectively test subjects experiment for human behavior reaction to a decentralized blockchain. I think you're absolutely right. I think the Silk Road, especially, like, that's just the Pirate Bay, but for drugs instead of movies. And the Pirate Bay was a big honeypot also. By the way, it's not the algorithms that are broken in PKI SSL, it's the certificate authority paradigm. The authority is the usual suspect tech bros who can manipulate intermediate certs. Remember, like any other NSA and CIA project that was put out to test the human reaction to unknown entity, I feel like that's what Bitcoin also was, especially after people got fucked during 2008. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. I actually came out, I did this thing called normalization of the agenda, and I think that's basically how everything works. So I'll break this down for you guys. I'm electrosensitive and I can hear and feel electricity. I feel the same way. I can smell the electricity. Oh, shit. Wow, a bunch of spectrum shuffling in 2020. I'm going to show that on my channel. Thank you. Yeah, they even, Trump said that they were releasing a bunch of signals for 5 and 6G. Spectrum. Oh, there it is. Yeah. Trump announces a major auctioning off of 600 megahertz. That's the low frequency band that they use. So when it comes to cell networks, the higher the number, the shorter the distance, but the more powerful the signal. And I know that doesn't really make a lot of sense, but it's essentially like how a shotgun produces a bunch of pellets, but at a very short range. Low band frequency is like a sniper rifle, where it can go far as fuck, but you only shoot one bullet. I don't know if that's a good like metaphor or illusion, allegory, whatever the fuck you want to call it. But that's sort of how the numbering works. So low band travels very, very far, but it doesn't transmit a lot of information compared to like millimeter wave. And what they do is they've basically analogy. That's it. Thank you. They basically take all of their towers for like 2G and 3G once we had like that basically done, and they repurposed all of them for the 5G low band, and then used metropolises as the anchoring points for the millimeter waves. And that's sort of what made T-Mobile come out on top of Verizon. Was T-Mobile was buying all of that spectrum up when nobody was using it and nobody wanted it, and they ended up repurposing it to launch 5G, so that there was connectivity in like rural areas where there were barely any towers, and then in the big cities where, because the problem with low band is that the bandwidth ends up becoming a problem. So it's there to service a lot of people over a great distance, where millimeter wave is got a very high bandwidth. So that's for a lot of people in very small spaces. And Verizon went all in on the millimeter wave because of the speed. So they got to advertise the higher speeds, but they had less coverage. Where T-Mobile had the better coverage, slower speeds that they were then able to very rapidly ramp up in the metropolitan areas. And that's sort of how T-Mobile merging with Sprint ended up helping to launch 5G nationwide. And I know because I was there working at the fucking call center when all of that shit was being built. Had I known at the time what it was for, I would have been like, okay, all right, this is fucked up. And I probably would have told somebody, but I was ignorant at the time, and I was just like, oh, cool, so people will call in less bitching about their service. That seems like a good thing. And so I thought it was great. And now, looking back in retrospect, I'm like, holy shit, I was an idiot. I once downloaded LimeWire Pro on normal LimeWire and copied it to CDs that I sold at school for $5. Hey, modern problems require modern solutions, pal. Who was behind me downloading random crap on LimeWire? Absolutely me. I know another person via work who also accidentally came across the whole Bitcoin and its website, bought a few Bitcoin because why not? It's cheap as fuck, and then somehow lost the hard drive. 5G is deadly, period. Yes. Isn't millimeter wave tetrahertz? That's Air Force developed. I'm not sure if millimeter wave and terahertz are the same thing, but I do think that their technologies are very similar. Oh. Millimeter waves typically fall between 30 and 300 gigahertz, while terahertz waves extend. Okay, so millimeter wave is 30 to 300. Terahertz is 1,000 and up. Burn CDs, made copies for friends. Used to do that with Napster. I was such a pirate. Yeah, I miss it, man. Look into the Warburg family of Sweden. They own all this technology. They own the fiber wire that London Stock Exchange relies on. T-Mobile was Siemens, I'm sure. T-Mobile is Deutsche Telekom, which comes from the Deutsche Bank. T-Mobile's parent company is Deutsche Telekom. Deutsche Telekom is largely owned by the state of Germany. Have you heard of Smart Town Wi-Fi? No. I have T-Mobile, all of them bad. Yeah, every single large carrier is bad, and they have actively lobbied to be a part of every study that has ever been produced since the 90s about how EMF is killing us. Have you looked into the Wallenberg family in Sweden, Seven Seas? I have not yet. Rayleigh scattering happens in all EM spectrum. High frequencies are more of a problem in terms of power line of sight issues. Low frequency bandwidth is limited, but also goes further than you want. Yeah. Low band frequency has the ability to like permeate like cinder block and brick walls and shit. Millimeter is not that strong. But no one from Germany, the peak of European civilization, can be evil, can they? The Germany that is of today is not the Germany of when you're thinking. Millimeter wave was 2011. Yeah, didn't they start that with like with 4G? But millimeter wave was commercial with 5G in 2018. Yeah, it was like they had the technology and they were building it out. But they ended up just basically from like 2011 to 2018 silently building the entire thing. Ever see that one guy that comments on people like Whitney Webb's posts, think he's an ex-T-Mobile guy, he keeps trying to expose something and says they all ignore him, wonder if he's legit at all? I've seen his stuff, and in my opinion, like, I don't really see the whistleblower aspect to it. Like, it's very publicly available information that T-Mobile was the one doing the contact tracing, but that was also being done by every telecom company. Android was on board, Apple was on board, Verizon, T-Mobile, AT&T, all of them were part of it. So I'm like, what are you whistleblowing? That's what I got confused about. I can only see the YouTube comments on your screen, but you have some knowledgeable folks over there, sir. I appreciate it. I think there are people in my chat that are way smarter than me, and for some reason they're willing to come here and listen to me babble on about like 15 different topics every 5 minutes. I used to write software that analyzed cell tower coverage. Frequency channel management is a big deal for carriers. Yeah, because I mean that's how they get all of their government contracts. Is they are the people that supply like the first responders and shit like that. Dude, you're smarter than me by far. I bet there are 1,000 things that you know that I don't. You can be trusted with the real shit. We need to arm you to the teeth against the grifters. I appreciate that. Seven Seas, do not change your style. I will not. You have a great platform. I'm enjoying this a lot. I enjoy you guys showing up and being here, having someone to talk to. That's who I meant. Wallenberg, Deutsche Bank is downstream from them. Oh, okay. Noted. Yeah, I've been... Deutsche Bank has come up on quite a few of my webs, and I've never like solely dedicated a deep dive to just them. But they come up on my web a lot. Thank God Microsoft flopped on the phone OS market. Not that Google or Apple is any better. I just hate Microsoft. I also hate Microsoft, and Google and Apple. So you're in good company. As soon as I found out that Microsoft Windows 12 was going to be auto recording all the autopilot or the Copilot shit, I immediately swapped over to Linux. I didn't know shit about Linux, but I was like, I need to get the fuck off of this. And I've been on Linux for probably 4 months now. And, you know, it's all a crapshoot because Linux is just a branch of Unix, which was created by Bell Labs anyway. So Bell Labs is AT&T, and Unix was created by Bell Labs, and then Linux got forked off of Unix. So there's really not an operating system that you can use unless you code it yourself, but then you also have to have the firmware to run the chips that are just being produced by Israel. Because you have Intel and you have AMD to choose from. AMD is Israel and China. Intel is Israel and America. And a little bit of India. And Tor was created by the US Navy. Yep. I actually, so the guy that does the Brave browser, did I talk to you guys about that? How I got into it with the guy that created the Brave browser, because I was like, this guy's full of shit. And he commented and was trying to like correct me on shit. You kind of did. That was fucking ridiculous. Because it's like, okay, well, let me deep dive real quick. Okay, so Sun Microsystems, that's just DARPA and Oracle. You were part of Bell Labs. Not directly, but he worked with them. One thing I was looking up, actually, and this is gonna be important. So we had, I have it on here somewhere. Man, I'm on Brave now. I know it's bullshit, but I'm gonna quiet now. So I'm trying to remember where the fuck I just put it. But let's see. Sorry, my web's going kind of slow today. Firefox on Windows or switch to Linux for sure. Firefox is the Brave browser guy. He did Firefox first. So I'll quickly go over everything that the guy that created both Brave and Firefox. There are open source Linux forks. I know, but it's one of those things where I feel like it's all of the software has to run on compromised hardware. And I'm willing to bet that there is a hard-coded backdoor in all of the hardware. Assange promoted Tor all the time. I fell so hard for the Assange psyops. A lot of people did. You can thank Trevor Fitzgibbon for that. I had a quick look. Turns out Marcus Wallenberg worked for Deutsche Bank. Of course. All right, so here's Brave. You have Netscape, which is just Mark Andressen's bullshit. You have his connection to the University of Illinois Urbana-Champaign, which is where the National Center for Supercomputing Applications takes place in collaboration with the National Science Foundation. And that's where Mark Andressen met Brandon Ike and recruited him for Netscape. Netscape was partnered with this company called Excite, which owned the Magellan web browser, which was created by fucking Isabel Maxwell, which is just Robert Maxwell's daughter. He was part of Sun Microsystems, which is like Kleiner Perkins. It's Stanford. It's DARPA. It's the CIA. And eventually Oracle. Sun Microsystems is what created BlackRock. A lot of people don't know that, but BlackRock was spun out of a single workstation that was created at Sun Microsystems. He's also, so when he did the Mozilla Foundation, I'm going to name you guys some names really quick on the Mozilla Foundation. Joishu Ito. Joishu Ito was the MIT president that was getting donations from Epstein for like 10 years. You have Reid Hoffman, who was part of Mozilla. Now, Mozilla was... So Brandon Eich, whatever his name is, created Mozilla. He spun Mozilla out of Netscape and created his own foundation, where he recruited Joishu Ito, who was directly connected to Epstein, Reid Hoffman, directly connected to Epstein. He's tied to all kinds of shit. He's the backer behind OpenAI. He's connected directly to Peter Thiel. He's on the Bilderberg steering committee. He was part of PayPal. He's on the Defense Innovation Board. He was part of the MIT Media Lab that Joishu Ito was getting fucking Epstein donations from. He's part of the Giving Pledge, which is just fucking Bill Gates' $1 billion Microsoft fund. Also, Brandon Eich is an advisor to Palantir. The guy that created the Brave browser is an advisor to Peter Thiel's Palantir. He also is over this thing called Box, which is just funded by KKR Co. and the General Atlantic. KKR and Co. run by Ken Melman, who is Council on Foreign Relations, Republican National Committee. He owns part of Mount Sinai Hospital. He was part of the Bush administration, and he's in bed with Mark Zuckerberg. Now, this Box company is really interesting because it is actually part of this. So, if it'll load. It's taking its sweet ass time. There it goes. Okay. So, Box was part of the Cyber Threat Alliance. So, the Cyber Threat Alliance was a group that was created by Palo Alto Networks. And it was basically a consortium of big tech companies that were like, hey, we're going to make sure that we focus on national security. They even got basically appointed by Barack Obama when that CISA stuff was happening. Do you guys remember the CISA bill from like 2012? What Sus said, plus ad hoc with high-speed optical since 91, the neural networks are rampant with ML for much longer than people realize. So when they listen with all the signal processing, they can listen around any signal down to the bit or the qubit, which makes that ambient pretty useful. That's that ambient backscattering, right? With the antennas, where basically they're just collecting everything and then running it through AI to process everything. That's what it seems like. The hardware issue is going to be hard to fix, even if AI can make new software and OSs in the future. Yeah. Belgium people actually went to streets and protested Marc Dutroux. Is anyone else having issues with the stream, or is it just me? People have reported issues with the stream. I don't know what it is. Could be me. Could be them trying to silence me. Probably not. A little small, but sadly, as ever, like in UK with Pakistani rape gangs covered up and nothing ever happens. Oh, also another point about the Reid Hoffman guy. He was the founder of LinkedIn. Okay, so the Cyber Threat Alliance, which that Box company is part of, and also see Symantec, McAfee, FireEye, Barracuda Networks, Juniper Networks, Telefonica, Reversing Labs, Palo Alto Network, and the Entertainment Software Association. Now, Palo Alto Networks has something called Unit 42, which is like their fucking espionage unit. They're the ones that are spying on everything, basically, on behalf of Palo Alto. It's like their intelligence division of the company. And Palo Alto Networks was started by a guy named Nir Zook, who was one of the top guys of Unit 8200. So the guy that started Palo Alto was high-ranking Mossad. And Palo Alto was the one that started the Cyber Threat Alliance that got adopted by Obama to handle national security shit. And so essentially it was like the companies would promise that if there was a threat to national security that they would identify it, report it, and work with the government to eliminate it. Alternatively, the government also agreed that if they saw anything happening, you know, for cybersecurity that impacted any of these companies, that they would report it to the companies and work with them to eliminate it. And yeah. Or possibly StreamYard if that's what Seven uses. No, I can't afford StreamYard. So I use OBS, and there's a free plugin for OBS that lets you multi-stream to a bunch of destinations. And I keep trying to tell people to use that because it doesn't go through Google. Because every time fucking Google is down or any of their servers get hit, nobody on StreamYard can use it. And I'm like, look, this one's free. It's open source. It's on GitHub. And you don't have to pay any money or go through Google. So you should probably consider using it. Who's that name? I no longer believe in coincidence. Brussels and head of EU is too close. Belgium is a nothing country. The pedophile scandal in Belgium is well known worldwide. Belgium is also where NATO has its HQ. I'm pretty sure the name of the country is actually named after Ball. What? Belgium? I'd believe it. But yeah, there was a lot of people involved with this. You also had Nikesh Arora, who ended up becoming CEO of Palo Alto Networks. He was also an executive at T-Mobile and at SoftBank. And he was part of this thing called Putnam Investments, which ended up owning Marsh & McLennan, which was Paul Bremer's company that was out of the 9/11 North Tower. Paul Bremer was the guy that was over the Iraq War. Ball, the Sumerian demon. They're all spying on each other. Is security ever truly for serfs? The web clarifies any questions. John McAfee didn't want to work with the government. See, I think John McAfee was one of those like Edward Snowden, Julian Assange types. Although I would add operations and other kind of external protections also exist to maintain such small numbers divided by country and other groups who are not politicians. What about above company for browser and search engine? So I've actually sat down and interviewed the CEO of Above Phone, and there are things that I like, but there are things that I have questions about, because he said that according to Cellbrite, Graphene OS is the only OS that Mossad is not able to hack into. That is not true. In fact, it says that they are only not able to hack into it if you power on the phone and you don't unlock it. So you power it on and you don't unlock it. In that state, correct, Mossad cannot hack the phone, according to them. But, you know, who trusts them, right? The second you unlock it, they can hack it. And that was a detail that was left out of the interview that I did with him, where I ended up going back and doing more research. And I'm like, okay. Now, as far as the browser, that is a good question. I'm not quite sure. But if you look up like Above Phone, Cellbrite, and then BFU, it says before first unlock. And that is the only state that the phone is in where it can't be hacked, according to Mossad. Don't you need to unlock a cell phone to use it? And there you go. You made my case for me. You made my case for me. Countermeasures are a dime a dozen. Nothing is secure in Mosaic Ops. Correct. Mossad is Mosaic warfare. So this Nikesh Arora guy is also over this Putnam Investments. He worked there. And that's just the Franklin Templeton Group, which the Franklin Templeton Group has really close associations with. I don't have one, that's why I'm asking. Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. Have you ever heard of or have any intel on Alistair Campbell? He was Tony Blair's chief of staff who was vocal about us going to war with Iraq. I haven't, but I do have some stuff on Tony Blair, not a whole lot, but has to do with Jordan Peterson's ARC network. I believe it's on here somewhere. Yeah, right here. Washington Speakers Bureau. Is that the one where he did that with Colin Powell and Madeleine Albright? Where they said that we should go to war with Iraq? Can you remind me of the software you use in the maps locations? This is Obsidian. And I only have a couple of like webs that are publicly available. Because I'm trying to find something that isn't Dropbox to host them. But if you go to my profile on Twitter and search Dropbox, there should be downloadable versions of a couple different webs. One of them's like the Mike Flynn web. One of them's like Peter Thiel and Elon Musk. One of them's the Donald Trump administration and shit like that. If you are man about the Iraq war, then do not drive a car. Real argument at the time. That's hilarious. I heard they found him buried in the beach with his head above the sand and hidden under a bucket. Screamed, "They found me" when they lifted the bucket. Probably bullshit, but still funny. Thanking you, King. Yeah. Also, if you're gonna get Obsidian, make sure that you browse their open source community plugins, because there's a lot that can make the app better. When is the first person going to outright say covering for a foreign intelligence group is treason by any and every definition? I will say that the way that they have manipulated the words makes me feel like that is technically not true. And the only reason I say that is because I believe that our state's existence is in the service of this huge fucking intelligence web and military industrial complex web. And by definition, if they are not doing anything to betray themselves, then it's not technically not treason. Now, I agree with you that it is fucked up and a complete betrayal of every American citizen and citizens of the entire world. But by definition, they have made treason like betraying the country and its interests. And we know that's, that's bullshit. But if treason meant what it's supposed to mean, then yes, I agree. But unfortunately, the definition of treason is like based on how it undermines national sovereignty. That's what is treasonous. Yes, but it helps national security. So then they kind of cancel each other out. It's tough, man. I agree with you in the sentiment. I just think that they have misaligned what treason is. And it has been manipulated by definition to the point where I'm not necessarily sure it could be called treason only because it is in complete allegiance with the government as the state. And they don't give a shit about us. They don't care about our security. They don't care about our sovereignty. They care about theirs. Because we need someone from the military to say we don't need espionage, just like we don't need torture. Reconnaissance is enough. Blair told the Bank of England to adjust interest rates to rug pull Liz Truss's economic policy and have her run out of office so Blair Conservative Party could have Rishi Sunak, ex-Goldman Sachs. Treason is whatever they say it is. It's to protect the state, not us. Yes. Yeah, I think that I think that we would need a new definition or a new word, honestly, that is like the betrayal of the citizens within your nation state. And that I will scream from the rooftops. The Constitution is toilet paper at this point. I would say that the Constitution has always been fucking worthless. Hey Seb, what's going on? The Great Compromise, seems like we lost it when they sold the elections. The reason that I say that the Constitution has always been worthless is because it didn't really protect us from getting to this point. Caught alive, sweet. Hope you've been well, sir. I've been great. I've been fantastic. A little busy, but for the most part, good. Learning a lot, connecting with people, having a great time. Trying to laugh my way through this fucking one world government, biodigital convergence bullshit that they have, because at the end of the day, you know, all you can really do is know enough to protect yourself and the ones you love and enjoy your life. What else can you do sometimes, right? Yeah. Legal Man on Twitter is a lawyer and agrees the Constitution is trash. We're mutuals. I follow him. He follows me. I would love to have him on sometime. Even knowing enough isn't enough. I know. It's like the bare minimum that I think people should do. But, you know, what can you do? Gotta have balance in this place called life. What's up, Seven in chat? Sorry I missed the talk so far. I hope you're doing well. What's up, Girth Brooks? Know who was Orwell related to? I'll tell you who Huxley was related to. Julian. Do you guys know about Julian Huxley and the eugenics programs? Get the fuck out of town. Yeah. Get far away from highly collectivized forms of society. Why do you think the royal inbred families are above the law and can't be prosecuted regardless? They run the show. They're all related. One big cartel with their armies and police to back them. Okay, see ya. We'll see you soon. Well, thanks for showing up. Only way to get through any of this is to laugh at the ridiculousness of it all. How do they keep it all straight? They don't have to. They just operate assuming that nobody will ever figure it out. Me and Legal are mutuals as well. Hell yeah. Yeah, I liked his portrayal in Barnum World. Legalman plays the guy giving the interview in Barnum World. Heard interesting stories on Nephilim Death Squad that Hitler and Stalin visited Somerset, UK and Tavistock Institute. Yeah, World War II was a huge psyop. World War II was the thing that they needed to bring a global consortium of governments to the forefront to prevent another world war and also advance the military-industrial complex's research and development programs. That was basically what World War II was about. And setting up Israel. The elites are slowly realizing influence is more powerful than power. Soft power is where old money wants to be. Tavistock Institute, up until recently, were funded by UK government to promote dick chopping and LGBT. People during World War II often referred to it as the fake war. They knew already back then. This is, of course, left out of the history books. Yeah, like, I mean, America didn't even want to participate in the war until Pearl Harbor happened. And I think it's because people were like, bro, no, we need to focus on us. This is like a global thing. Let's not. And then one little fucking thing by FDR, and then all of a sudden, Legalman is not mutuals with me, but Triggsman is. Dude, he's good. I like him. Wait, George Orwell's real name is Eric Blair? Oh shit. I didn't even know that. I knew George Orwell was a given name, but I didn't realize that his name was fucking Eric Blair. Is he part of the Blair family? I mean, I know I know that the UK is a small place. He was born in India? And banking, all wars are banking wars. The central banking Ponzi schemes needed perpetual debt. Yeah, that too. Legacy government forms have only been theoretical, not real idealizations of concepts. So to dismiss forms is to support the dialect. I'm not sure. What do you mean by that? Use Fabian society, which until recently had a sheep in wolf's clothing in their insignia. What do you think? Oh yeah, I mean, I think that Orwell, Huxley, H.G. Wells, like all those guys are fucking, they were agenda pushers. Your pen needs charging. Got it charging. I can hear it charging. No, I can't. But so Jamaican plantations. Orwell's father was Richard Walmesley Blair, who worked as a sub-deputy opium agent in the opium department of the Indian Civil Service, overseeing the production and storage of opium for sale to China. So his dad was just an opium pusher, working for the Indians. Darn pens. Yeah, I'm slowly getting to the point where, like, I don't want to keep vaping at all, and it's tough. I made a deal with myself that I would finish out the bottle that I have, and I'd be out. I said I would quit. I'll need to find a new way to get nicotine into my body. I've considered growing my own tobacco. It's really tough. I switched back to cigarettes, organic tobacco. Yeah, I've thought about doing like growing my own tobacco and just doing like 1 or 2 plants and then doing pipes. I lived in India for a while, a few years back. Drugs and alcohol everywhere. Good food though. Man, I've seen some damn videos of the food in India, and I would be very hesitant. Like, I'm seeing like flies land on it and people using their hands to scoop shit. I'm like, I don't know. I feel like I couldn't go to India. I feel like it'd make me have a fucking panic attack or something. There's too many people. My wife does edibles, seems to help her deep sleep. Kind though. Nicotine's great for the brain. Yeah, nicotine helps you with your memory uptake. Zen is all the rage these days. I just worry because, like, all of the big tobacco companies also are pushing all the nicotine pouches. Indian food from England is better than Indian food, to be honest. Powered by melanin. Look it up. What's the truth behind the story about Crowley being a spy and shagged Barbara Bush? I've heard the theory that Aleister Crowley was Barbara Bush. And destroys nanotech. And see, I want to see the science behind that. Nicotine offered protection to users of nicotine during COVID. See, that's what I want to look at, because I've heard that before. But let me see the studies. Barbara Bush was a dude. Smoke a pipe lad. Yep. Have you guys never heard that? Right here. So this is Barbara Bush talking.
People's Republic of China.
I will say the voice is edited in this video, and they pitched it down. But still.
Fourth of the world's population, incidentally, and the head of the whole intelligence system. So there's no question about that. There's nothing wrong with having a president who knows something about something, incidentally. Though I'd never worked in this field, well, I did once in Washington.
So the cock behind the bush. Yeah. I think old Bush boy was batting for the other team. Now, I was looking at Orwell's wiki, and it says that he was taught French by Aldous Huxley. Did anybody else know that? Look like that France dude's wife. Old Macron. Look at Jimmy Carter and see the late Queen of England. See any resemblance. I think Crowley was doing test tube babies and cloning experiments. Probably what Epstein was trying to recreate in New Mexico. Absolutely. I think that the whole Epstein international trafficking thing is like the red herring. What do I mean by that? I think that Epstein was absolutely trafficking children to the elite. Why do I think that they're only talking about the child trafficking? It's so they won't talk about what was going on under Zorro Ranch and how he was doing fucking artificial wombs and fucking kidnapping women and strapping them to tables and artificially inseminating them and shit. And doing CRISPR experiments. I think that they probably made chimeras under there. And I think what's going to happen is they're going to close the book on Epstein as he was a really bad guy that was sex trafficking people. Story closed. When in actuality, he was big into crypto, which is tied into the fucking energy technocracy system. He was big into fucking the tech companies. You know, he was very close with MIT, and he was big with transhumanism and eugenics and all the biomedical shit that's going on now. And I think that that's what we're kind of seeing. Like, I think that's why there's so much a loud focus on the Epstein stuff when it comes to the list. Like, why Trump is still talking about it, why people are talking about it, why it's not going away, is because I think that they are capturing the narrative to just keep it at the sex trafficking stuff. Life extension technology, regenerative medicine. Yeah, exactly. Like all the like, what do they call themselves? Centurions. Because they, it's like 100 years or some shit like that. I can't remember what specifically it's called. But I have it on here somewhere. Avoid minors, just sex trafficking. Mars is correct. You know, in Roswell, the military initially thought the Russians made some biosynths to fuck with Americans. See, I know Roswell was like the military and the Rockefellers, as far as like the whole alien thing. Mars is correct. There's a very long history unavailable to the public. Yeah. Who released the files to start with, and why wouldn't they scrub all the evidence? I've heard conflicting reports on that. Distractions upon distractions, yeah. Gates doing experiments on the island. Engineered biological entities, yep. Rod the EBE. DARPA's engineered biological entities. Are we talking cryptid? Let's see. Here are a couple of programs by DARPA. Living Foundries. This program aims to transform synthetic biomanufacturing into a predictable engineering practice for producing novel materials, sensing capabilities, and therapeutics. They've achieved success in producing over 1,630 molecules and materials, which are now being transitioned to military research teams for testing and evaluation. Potential applications include novel materials, stronger than steel, are able to conduct electricity while being flexible, industrial chemicals, pharmaceuticals, and improved agricultural products. Candace really getting sued? Who fucking cares? Fuck Candace, man. That's gonna be... So, Candace getting sued is just gonna end up like the Trump trial. Something is going to... It's going to come to a conclusion, and then nothing will change. That's basically Candace Owens. Her and her Rothschild-linked husband. Yeah, fuck Candace Owens. And if anybody wants to tell her I said it, feel free. Feel free. We can talk about all kinds of stuff. Engineered living materials. So ELM, this program aims to develop living materials that can reproduce, self-organize, and self-heal, potentially impacting fields like construction and infrastructure. For instance, the U.S. Naval Institute mentions potential applications like living buildings and self-healing roads. Aren't both her and AOC the same types? Candace is a gatekeeper? Yeah. Tells partial truth and then diverts and distracts. Self-organizing, is this black goo? That is an excellent question. Here is DARPA's website, where they talk about engineered living materials. And it's part of the Biological Technologies Office, which I was going to make a post on, because look at all of these fucking... Where is it? Right here. These are all of their publicly facing programs. AGBTO. So BTO is their, I think, biotechnologies office? Biological Technologies Office, yeah. So agriculture and BTO seeks to innovate agricultural defense solutions against natural and man-made threats. Priorities include early warning systems, rapid countermeasures, crop protection, threat prediction, and attribution methods. So what this is actually saying is that they're going to put sensors on all the fucking plants, and they're going to be able to aggregate data of like the growth and like the materials that are in the plants and shit for crops, and then also having like early warning systems, aka like the weather service alerts, like when they use geoengineering on that shit, and they're like, hey, by the way, there's a hurricane that we made 2 days ago. Look into one of these ultras, link way up there. What is this now? Look into one of these tiny SA ultras. They're saying they are developing computers using human brain cells. I would say they've already have them well in operation. Next big future, DARPA hybrid cyborg insects. Oh no. I've seen, I think it was China announced that they had drone flies or drone mosquitoes where they were able, it was bees. They put a fucking microchip on a bee and they were able to control the bee. Oh, this is the same fucking thing. Tiny SA Ultra. Human brain cells in a jar on a chip are called organoids and organelles. City Under the Sands, 1970s. High MEMS-derived technologies will enable many robotic capabilities at a low cost, impacting the development of future autonomous defense systems. The realization of cyborgs will provide compact platforms that use highly efficient biological systems developed over millions of years of evolution. Will extend the duration and improve the capability of microbiotic missions due to the combined efficiency of biochemical energy storage, fat, and bioactuators, muscle, compared to traditional chemical energy storage, battery, and actuators. So this is basically telling us how they're going to turn us all into fucking batteries and control the bees. And imagine nanotech bacteria inject through cyborg bees. So when bees sting you now, just assume you've been shot up with nanotech. It's crazy too, because I'd considered beekeeping as a hobby at one point. And now I'm like, I don't want no robo bees. Great pictures on that one. DARPA issues RFP for biohybrid robotics. According to a notice posted on sam.gov Friday, DARPA DSO is planning to award an advanced research concept or ARC opportunities to support the hybridizing biology and robotics through integration for deployable systems or hybrids initiative. Oh, Jesus. Biohybrid robots composed of biological and synthetic elements are being developed to address this issue. With the recent progress in engineering and biology, biohybrid systems are being designed to have controllability and precision of fully engineered abiotic systems and the adaptability, efficiency, resiliency, and sensitivity of biological systems. Fuck all of that. Wouldn't be surprised if they got Monsanto bugs released before hardcore spraying. I'd believe it. Biohybrid approaches to interface with the nervous system, the best of both worlds. Biohybrid neuromodulation. So it has a stimulation input, which could be radio waves, it looks like Wi-Fi, and magnetism that interact with synthetic materials like graphene. The Nature article has the pictures. Okay. And that is how they basically interact with your neurons and manipulate your neurons. They use graphene as sort of like a it's small enough to bypass the blood-brain barrier, and it can be absorbed through your skin. Also interesting is that graphene is used in cloud seeding. So you see the clouds full of graphene, and then it gets heavy. Water falls. The graphene falls with the water, lands on your skin, enters into your fucking bloodstream, bypasses the blood-brain barrier, gets into your fucking brain system, and then all they have to do is shoot different EMF signals at you to do different things. Anything that flies is a drone. Yes. At this point, we have to. Yep, I got rained on yesterday, couldn't fall asleep. Neural circuits are composed of multiple cell types, each of which are complex biological entities that communicate with their environment through multiple means and on multiple timescales ranging from milliseconds to years. Consequently, to effectively interface with the brain, one needs to employ methods that work with spatial, temporal, cell type, and molecular precision. Materials and devices can be designed to deliver energy to neural tissue with high temporal precision that can exceed the millisecond, hour timescale of cellular signaling. However, such energy, light, heat, electric fields, magnetic, or ultrasound, often cannot control genetically defined cell populations or signaling pathways, which is necessary for understanding of neural circuitry. Reminds me of Lord of the Rings, where black birds are spies for the wizard Saruman. Of course, a bird is innocent, but its masters know where you are. Yeah. Learn to spell. I live in a rural area in UK. In summer, I've always slept with my window open. Only last 2 years, it's been impossible to sleep without gnats and mosquitoes coming in. Fuck. Apologies, that's the explanation of this link with pictures. Hence the rise of mental health testing live. I have fat fingers, same as guys in Africa were told Ebola came from bats, but African said my granddad ate the bat. He no get the Ebola. I think a lot of this mad science is a result of our higher education system. They ran out of new things to discover or invent. So now they're forced to do shit that they would have never done before just to have something with their own name on it. I think when it came to John Dewey, that was kind of like the catalyst. I think that he ended up coming in and like revolutionizing the way that we do academia. And he basically taught everyone to be a disruptor. You guys ever heard that? With like all the new tech guys, how they're like, I'm a disruptor of this industry. And then they just end up making it worse. I think that's essentially what John Dewey did, was instill this. We're doing it because we can, and who gives a shit if we should? So it's like they're so obsessed with whether or not they can do it that they never consider whether or not they should. A cyborg cockroach factory. What the fuck? So they put a chip on the roach. I don't like this. And then they can just control roaches. They were fitting bugs with cameras in the early 90s since it was official already back then. We can assume the tech was already 25 years old at the very least back then. Where do you think they are now? Look, man, I keep a fly swatter handy. All right. Spectrum analyzer. This isn't a formal site, but has great pictures and years. Future's not looking hopeful. Nano bugs and shit. Yeah, you should assume anybody that is actively working in nanotech, biotech, etc., they are your enemy. They want you to die or be a permanent servant of these people. Bro, upgrade to a vacuum. But a vacuum uses electricity. All this is downstream to East India funding Darwin. Yep. Can't they just save money and poison the water? No, because then who are they gonna boss around? That's what a lot of people don't understand is like, yeah, there is gonna be a mass depopulation, but they don't want there to be nobody. Left you the link. Now this is a Google share link. Risky click of the day there, brother. Oh. Never mind. Yeah, I want one of these. Maybe not this specifically, but I want something like this. So it's $150. They also want to make as much money doing it. Bring up the story about Gates releasing mosquitoes into Florida. When? Like the Zika virus ones? Like these? Published 2022 by the NIH, Regulation of Genetically Engineered Mosquitoes as a Public Health Tool. What is that? That was a spectrum analyzer. If they want more, I wish they would have the balls to just call it. If you want some, come get some. Always from the shadows with these clowns. Yeah. They're mitigating their own risk. If they just keep doing stuff in secret, by the time anybody finds out, it'll be too late. Genetically engineered mosquitoes. FDA approved the uncaged field trial of a genetically engineered mosquito in Key Haven, Florida. The FDA's decision was based on its assessment of the risks of the proposed experimental public health research project. The FDA is considered a global regulatory standard setter, so its approval of the uncaged field trial could be used by proponents of GE mosquitoes to urge countries in the global south to permit the use of those biotechnologies. 500 million slaves left, according to the now magically blown up Georgia Guidestones. That means 1/16 of the population left. Poison the water. That brings up the 1,500 water wells NDS covered. Yep. What did the Bilderbergs discuss behind closed doors in Stockholm this year? Depopulation. Mosaic and BlackRock want control and ownership of that guy's land. Which guy? The water well? DARPA bugs all over the fucking place. Maybe I missed it. I'm trying to find that other link that Sabrina sent. Brain in a jar biocomputers can now learn to control robots. Holy shit, there was an 8.7 earthquake. Where? I didn't feel a thing. Living brains wired into organoid-on-a-chip biocomputers can now learn to drive robots thanks to an open-source intelligent interaction system called Metabot. This remarkable project aims to rehome human brain cells in artificial bodies. Like, this shit should be illegal. In Russia. It's always about updates, I'm sure, of depopulation status, tsunami warning right now. Just a few more shots and a biometric system, and we're almost there to 500 million. Why do you trust Gates to release mosquitoes? Now he's got projects to block the sun and working with UK government. Search block the... Yeah, I've seen the blocking the sun shit. Did you see the app that was gonna, like, let you rent sunlight? Where they would, like, position a satellite to beam sun down to you? So the brain on a chip is driving the cyborg bugs and birds via the machine learning, same networks. Where do you see the other link and how many versions they have? Researchers let the brain cells self-organize into a three-dimensional ball-shaped brain-aware organoid before poking electrodes into them. And Swiss startup Final Spark, which has started using dopamine as a reward mechanism for its neuro-platform biocomputing chips. Scientists have grown a tiny brain-like organid out of human cells, hooked it up to a computer, and demonstrated its potential as a kind of organic machine learning chip, showing it can quickly pick up speech recognition and math predictions. As incredible as recent advancements have been in machine learning, artificial intelligence still lacks behind the human brain in some important ways. For example, the brain happily learns and adapts all day long on an energy budget of about 20 watts, where a comparably powerful artificial neural network needs about 8 million watts to achieve anything remotely comparable. Fuck. New Silk Road in production, gonna cut right through Europe, probably why Trump wants Greenland. That and the lithium, I think. So the brain on a chip is driving. I once slept through a 7.2 earthquake, didn't feel anything. Wait till you see the other link. Oh, where's the other link? Did I fuck it up? It said something about a nature site. I'm not sure if I got that one. The CL1 computer is the first computer in the world that combines human neurons with a silicon chip. They're going to charge us for sunlight. Bro, they're going to charge us for existing. Like, once you realize that they are going to charge you for every single piece of carbon that you produce, and then everything from there. So, like, they're going to charge you for breathing. And literally everything else that you do. This is the one that isn't formal, but has a great list by year for all their different biohybrid insects. Carbon tax fraud. That's what it feels like. We are the carbon, we are wire, we are the battery, we are the storage. Charge for water, charge for how much carbon you exhale. Yep. 1980s and 90s, Rodney Brooks and his students at MIT, fucking MIT. I really wish that people would look at, so when I bring up that Thomas Massey went to MIT, everyone's like, oh, okay, cool, he's smart. Are people, I think people need to be made aware of how fucking horrible MIT is all the way around. And I don't think people understand, because the second someone says that they're from MIT, I'm like, okay, cool. This person is literally part of the fucking military industrial complex, R&D shit. By the way, the last one was just posted yesterday. People have zero idea. Biotokenized economy is about your cells at the molecular level. Notion, all that you do is tokenized on the same distributed ledger technology. Yeah, I mean, it's like when I was talking about the I made a post about this, trying to tell people, like, these are all the ways that they're going to monitor you. Your nervous system, your brain waves, your fucking everything to do with your circulatory system, what you eat, your movements, your heartbeat, the shit that you come into contact with, your body temperature. They're going to be monitoring all of that shit. All of it. And they're going to put it on a blockchain so that it's permanent. There's no way to undo it. There's no way to hide it. Yes, do a deep dive on it and get the word out. I've tried. Eric Hecker is the plumber that worked for Carlyle Group and became an Antarctica earthquake machine whistleblower. What the fuck? W-band blockchain, everything listed as a non-invasive is via the wireless or remote telemetry for electronic health records. Yeah, this is so that we can take care of you. I want to know everything we need to know to understand our opposition. If they are part of the government, if they work for intelligence agencies and or still do, big tech, institutional finance, any of the Ivy League schools, if they are pro AI, pro crypto, pro big tech, pro any of that shit, I'm trying to think. There's like 10 red flags that cover most of the shit. Oh, if they're a politician of any sort, and that, I guess like public figure would be a better term. Do you guys think shedding is a real thing? Wouldn't surprise me. I had unprotected sex with a vax woman once, and now I feel really stupid. I don't know. I don't think they need that. I honestly wouldn't be surprised if all of us were like chipped up during the like our vaccine schedule. I don't know about you guys, but my mom was dumb enough to get me vaccinated as a baby. And that's where it starts. If you're a regular like my mother at the hospital, they already monitor her remotely and think she thinks it's good because health. She doesn't understand when I mention M-band to her, but it's here. It's just easier when you're in the medical system. Not old enough to be known enough. Joseph P. Farrell? So MIT. Yeah, anytime you guys see anyone that's gone to MIT, they are 99%, I'm willing to bet, that they work with or for the military-industrial complex R&D programs. Made various reactive robots with behaviors and bodies inspired by insects. Bugs of the sea, lobsters have also inspired biomimetic robots at Northeastern University, and researchers at Harvard worked on a robo-bee, an insect-sized vehicle that flies by flapping its wings. In some cases, researchers have opted to not just mimic biology, but to actually steal it by combining a living part of an insect with electromechanical parts. Basically little cyborgs, because bugs aren't scary enough. 1940s. DARPA program. Use object insertion ability into pupas to reliably insert microsystems instead of glass tube for insect control. So experiments showed that a moth pupa could be cut in half, rejoined with an implanted glass tube, and then grown into a normal adult moth. I don't know if they realized it in the 1940s, but this shows potential for control via the embedded object. This was the 1940s. I think MIT, I think Indians and Chinese. Maybe these days. Farrell is connected to Daniel, the dark journalist, which Vice did a piece on, putting him in a flattering light. Not sure what to make of him. Yeah, I'm not quite sure who that is. Did you guys think that mantid parasite is natural? The one that has tentacle-looking things, all black? Mantid parasite? Or mantis parasites? (1999) Albert Boskert joins search and rescue efforts after an earthquake in Turkey where 20,000 people died. This will later inspire Boskert to develop cyborg cockroach tech for potential search and rescue missions. Dude, I can't English. No worries. This thing? Oh, wow. What the fuck? It's like a mantis worm. The problem is you can know all this, but no one does anything about it. And that's where it's always tough, because everyone's like, all right, well, what are your solutions? And I'm like, look, the number one requirement to me having a solution is everyone has to fucking listen to me. I don't want to be in charge of that. But if people aren't 100% aligned on the goal, the means, the methods, we're never going to get anywhere. And so it's one of those things where, like, all we can do is try to find the truth together. What you do with that, like, that's where I think that it ends up becoming like an individual responsibility. How much do you want to get away from it? Because all you can control is how much you're in it. And not even all the way. You can't even control all of that. It's like it's like you get to control maybe 50% of it. Additionally, we cannot garner solutions without a firm comprehension of the premise, and thus far, none of the other microphones will talk about the bands or the biodigital convergence. Yeah, that's another thing too, is like the first step to fixing a problem is acknowledging the problem. And if we don't completely acknowledge the problem, we would never be able to do it anyway. Business does not like transparency, and their business is our literal energy. Yeah, exactly. And like that's kind of my whole point of like getting into this, is like, I don't think that I'm going to be able to wake up people to the point where we have a mass revolution. If I can save some people from completely getting enveloped by, you know, the biodigital convergence, to where they at least have some form of awareness enough to fucking move forward, great. Smart grid is tethered to our bands. It's all blockchain, and nobody's going to want to give up their crypto wallets. Well, I'll say this right now. I got out of crypto before stable coins were even a thing, and I'm never going back. Fuck crypto. I used to think we could change things, but now it's just about not stepping into one of their traps. Yeah, that it's basically like they are manufacturing a world where they want to inevitably be able to get you. There are some ways that they can't quite get you just yet, but if we know all the ways they can get you, then you can make a more informed decision for yourself. And I think that's important. Quantum dot. What are we saying here? They still yell vaccine, bioweapon, quantum dot. We need to acknowledge 30 years under the skin. Yeah. You gotta watch the webinar of Celeste Salem from FEMA about all the different bots DARPA has. I'll send them to you. It's not just crypto, of course. Medical implants, missile defense, sensors for search and rescue. The people already augmented for 15 years. It's a huge mess. Yeah, I mean, I think that's what people don't understand, is that they think crypto ends with cryptocurrency. And that's not what it's a global ledger that it's like a standardized accounting of anything you want it to be. And it's permanent and it's unique. And that is basically like they're tying a crypto ID to everything. There's a thing in my web that I have that's called the tokenization of everything. And they mean it. They 1000% fucking, that's exactly what they mean. Everything is going to have a token. And, you know, I get weird looks when I'm like, yeah, they're going to tokenize the strawberries in the grocery store so that they know exactly which strawberries you are consuming. And I get weird looks for that. And I'm like, I could keep going. They're going to tokenize your fucking heart. They're going to tokenize your every breath that you take is going to have a fucking crypto token tied to it. UK government at Porton created basically all the chemical weapons ever used. It's a step towards a global digital currency. Most of important of all, CBDC. Don't trust that shit one bit. Tokenize your steps. Yeah. When I say tokenize everything, I mean literally everything in the world. When you go to have a conversation with somebody, the exchange of information between two people will be tokenized. Someone has to have the books even online. Think about it. If they don't own it now, they will when it gets successful. Wow. It's true. It's true. They'll have a blockchain dedicated to your respiratory system. Mine crypto with your heartbeat. Is this the Bill Gates patent? Use your heartbeat to mine crypto. Jesus fucking Christ. When wearing IoT devices like a smartwatch, large amounts of valuable health data are tracked. Using our D app and binding your device to one of our data NFTs, that same health data is encrypted and anonymized via our blockchain. Anonymized. Remember, go back like an hour and a half into the stream and let me explain to you what anonymized cryptography is. It's a scam. Intrabody communications under the skin, the same way your Fitbit works. Thankful my blood isn't patented. Actually, it is. Or wait, are you alluding to the anybody that got the COVID vaccine is patented? Because I'm pretty sure that extends to basically all of us all the time. I don't think any of us are by the legal definition a sovereign citizen. I think we are all owned by the corporation that is America. VSC coin. Decentralized digital health platform. Wait, once the data has been encrypted and anonymized, it will be able to be sold to via our decentralized digital health platform. Yeah, fucking right. They're just telling you that they're selling your data. All bodies are tethered for NatSec. It is because it edited our DNA. We breathe in the nano shit from chemtrails and CBRN and BARDA, etc. So it's not the original facts we are owned. Jesus. Yeah, when I say like it's so bad to the point where like you guys ever learn something and you feel overwhelmed physically to the point where like you just have to fucking sit down and go, what the fuck? That happens to me like once a month at least. And every single time it's happening, it's not like, what the fuck, this is so great. It's always, what the fuck, man? There goes the little bit of hope that I might have garnered between the last time this happened. There were lots of reasons for the shot that had to do with testing compliance and load balancing in bands, in my opinion. Yeah, I think it's one of those things very much like with Bitcoin, where they introduced it into the wild so that they could observe and do their studies. And that's why they had the whole 6 feet thing and breathing in masks and shit. The contact tracing shit through Chronos. How do they give you a disease and take it back again? I can't remember if I even watched anything. That's a great question. No more carbon-based humans, only silicon-based human they can own. They have the patent. Yeah, it's so over the top. Silly, don't feel bad. I wiped down my groceries. It got a lot of people. 3 pictures of intra-body communication in that Science direct link, sir. Heard that. Heard that. They had lot numbers on the vaccines. I used to have the website. You can look it up. It was so planned. Some of them more lethal than others. They even targeted states by red and blue. Do you want that paper? Give you a disease and take it away? Isn't that the one where forget, it's like some nanotech or something that manipulates your body to have the symptoms? Security section 3. I never got jabbed. I was sent 18 letters giving me a prearranged appointment and a time to get a jab. When I phoned my doctors now for an appointment, it's 2 to 3 weeks. Jesus. How bad's my batch? W-band, they use your heartbeat and pulse to encrypt your data. 2011. Taxonomy of intrabody communication technologies. The applicability of these non-traditional communication methodologies to the complex and challenging nervous system. Interesting works in the past presented engineered solutions for nervous system applications. However, their biomedical engineering view is different from the communication perspective presented here, since they mainly focus on brain-machine interfaces, exoskeletons, and neuroprosthetics. Ignore that last jabber. Invaders in hotels get dailies, dental, and NHS appointments. Have a child. That's the part where you stood strong, silly. So let's just all go get the jabs? No! No, don't do that. Note the word exploit in that next paragraph. Differently, we focus on solutions that specifically exploit wireless communication technologies inside the human body for nervous system applications. Now, what do they mean by wireless communication? VE energy and power management. Battery life has always been a concern with wireless communication industries, since improved battery performance translates into smaller and lighter devices. Unfortunately, the rate at which battery performance improves is fairly slow, despite the great interest generated by booming wireless business. Other means to reduce power consumption in wireless devices therefore been receiving interest in the research community. Another traditional topic for wireless communications, namely power control, has been recently visited in a network resource allocation perspective, as opposed to simple attenuation compensation, opening up new optimization problems and networking issues. And this is, advances on these topics can be found in the IEE circa 1995. For those keeping track at home, that was 30 years ago. Batteries. Modern battery applications as wireless communications or hybrid electrical vehicles operate at high power fluctuations. This was 2009, though. Batteries are hence operated with dynamic loads, but what happens under these dynamic operation conditions? The article describes the fundamental of the dynamic characteristics of batteries in a frequency range from a few megahertz down to the millihertz range. Depends on the actual state of charge and the state of health. It is possible to gain information on the battery by analyzing the dynamic behavior. All right, let's go back to the intrabody. To this purpose, speculative studies on neural communication in the context of molecular communications were conducted, which provide great insights into the realm of nervous system knowledge. These works leverage ICT-based communication methods and approaches to analyze the biological neural communication system. Communication system is the only is the only mean of the system platform for information interchange between system modules. It must support both the exchange of information between modules located on the same processor board, as well as between modules located on different boards connected through a bus system. Some papers discussed MC as a promising nanotechnology for human health applications, such as this one. Current technologies and future directions. The Internet of Medical Things paradigm will enable next-generation healthcare by enhancing human abilities, supporting continuous body monitoring, and restoring lost physiological functions due to serious impairments. This paper presents intra-body communication solutions that interconnect implantable devices for application of the nervous system, challenging the specific features of the complex intra-body scenario. The presented approach includes both speculative and implementative methods, ranging from neural signal transmission to test beds to be applied to specific neural disease therapies. Also, future directions in this research are considered to overcome existing technological challenges mainly associated with miniaturization, power supply, and multi-scale communications. And so you said section 3 on this, or let me look at this, actually. IMDs have become a reality with the progress in engineering technologies that include nanomaterials, micro and nanoelectronics, as well as biotech. Some solutions have already been implemented, such as deep brain stimulators, glucose sensors, and heart pacemakers. This will promote next-generation healthcare by enabling personalized medicine through real-time physiological monitoring and proactive drug delivery, as envisioned in the 5th and beyond 5th generation communication scenarios. However, more challenging applications can be designed for which the current single transmission between an implant and an external monitoring center would not be sufficient. Rather, it would be necessary to ensure the communication among implants, requiring the development of body-centric architectures for the exchange of information inside and outside the body. Old tech, the ancients had this tech, wireless technology, that the human body as a transmission medium. I never got bogged down into the papers and research disclosures on COVID. It bores me to tears. Yeah, this is where I just ask very kindly that people have patience with me, because I start reading these studies and I'm like, man, it's going to take me a week to understand what's actually being talked about in this. Usually I'm pretty good about like catching things really quickly, but when they start, it's the lingoism. They'll bring in lingo and they'll just fill shit full of lingo. So then I don't know what this is. So now I got to go look at this. And I don't know what that is. So now I got to go look at this. Oh, this is tied to a theory and a study that does this. And it's like over time, I'm like, man, it feels like learning another language, essentially. Human body is a thermogenic battery. The Matrix tried to tell us. That's when I got a hard-on, was with the COVID jab research stuff. Went down all the rabbit holes from there. Was working in London in my dream job, 2-star Michelin kitchen. Lost that because of COVID. Never been back to London and never planned to. It's become a hellscape within 5 years. Yeah, I had the opportunity to go to London last year and I did not. Or no, it was earlier this year and I did not. I was going to go for an event and I did not go. Sounds like a very good, significant time in your life. That's amazing. Despite the world going crazy, you found peace. That's all we can do. Escape to the Arctic, less people there, waterfalls and eagles and a squirrel who got so used to me that he would eat off my hand. I used to have a pet squirrel. I'd feed it peanut butter. Noah's Ark saved the original and altered DNA. Fun fact, you don't need to inject anything. Human aura contains data about us. It's the Wiley paper. Okay. But yeah, that's kind of where I sit, is like, I'm not very good with the science part. I'm good with tech. It's when the tech starts getting into the science. Like, I can talk about computers all day and telecommunication networks and like tech specs and shit, and I understand a lot of that. But then it starts getting into like the biological aspects, and I'm like, man, I basically failed biology. But we'll get there. We'll get there. I appreciate you guys having patience with me about that. It's not that I don't want to talk about this stuff. It's that I want to talk about it correctly. And if I don't understand it well enough to be able to talk about it without having the material in front of me, I don't understand it well enough to speak about it publicly, in my opinion. The intra-body paper you're looking at has good pictures. Okay. So this is talking about devices able to interact with the cells of the nervous system either at a microscopic or a macroscopic level. I'm assuming that's like the neural lattice that they talk about, where basically those things that they would stick on people for like neurological observations, but that inside your skull is like what a neural lattice is. It's like basically a net of interconnected wires that run between electrodes to different parts of your brain. Someone asked where it says if the private healthcare data is modified, a patient can get a wrong disease. Oh shit, okay. That's the Wiley paper, section 3.3. Only 500,000 will be worthy to the other normal nodes and mounts other types of attacks from inside of W-band, such as the DOS attack or man-in-the-middle attack. This attack is relation to a battery lifetime and a low. Sorry, sir, I hit return too fast prior. You are perfectly fine. So, at a macroscopic level, to recover motor functions or bypass spinal cord damages due to serious injuries. The support for these disruptive applications. Let's look at figure 1. Oh, okay. Okay. Figure 1 is what we scrolled down past. And so what they have here is your entire nervous system with implants, various neural sensors, and a neural actuator, an intra-body communication through RF that goes to process and monitoring, which I assume is then captured and recorded and manipulated by like signals intelligence. Do you have red squirrels in the US? Some, yeah. First quake at 8, next 8.7, the third one was a 6. People better prepare. It's like reading stereo instructions, or for me, mechanics manuals to fix a transmission. And see, like, I can do that. Like, I just fixed a washing machine. I fixed my washing machine the other day. And I've never worked on a washing machine in my life. And it was like, all right, so take it apart, install the part, put it all back together. I was like, cool, got it, nailed it, first try. But then it's like, glucose levels, I'm like, that's like sugar, I think. My dryer's broken right now. Check the belt. Take the top off of it. Look at the belt. See if it's wrapped around the dryer. Is it not tumbling? I've fixed dryers before. Right on, man. That's how it should be, right? We need another one to be different so we can view for mitigation differently. Instead of buying a new one. Yeah. It was $50, where like dryers are like $300. Next, look at the heating element. Yeah, look at the belt first always, then the heating element. But really, I would need to know what's wrong with it. Already paid the guy. It's indeed the belt. Didn't have one in stock. See? You were like, my dryer's broken. I was like, it's the belt. And it was the belt. I've fixed 2 dryers in my day. That's enough to know. I enjoy your webs because it challenges me to think in a different perspective or with different companies, and then I can find variant data on my side. $268 to fix a belt. I checked my belt. I'm still wearing it. I appreciate that. I really feel like, because this is sort of what got me started with them, right? Is I'm looking at all of this, and all of this data is very relevant and it's very important. But when it's in walls of text like this, I'm like, I need the quick and dirty, and I can come to understand it over time. But the visualization that shows like the interconnectedness of everything and being able to see that mapped out, and like this person's connected to this person, and this, you know, organization is connected to this organization, being able to see that in just a screenshot, I think is way more powerful for getting the point across to people than like articles and shit. And so the visual aspect to me, I think, is huge. And when you start doing that with history, with this, that, and the other, it really like allows people to see the scope and the scale of just how these things are. Find a YouTube video to watch. Do your own belt, save money. That's exactly what I did with the washing machine. Isle of Wight, that's where Ike lives, right? Been to a lot of countries and 3 continents, but never been to the UK. I'm afraid of the football hooligans. Oh, it's fine. They're not even allowed to have knives over there. Just you'll be fine. If you can make it in Chicago, you can make it in London. That's how they keep the normies out, man. I know. More visuals. Yeah, that's basically where I'm at, is I'm like, all right, so I need to do the understanding of, luckily, these like psychopathic people that are doing this biodigital convergence, they like including pictures in their shit. And I'm like, cool, I'm going to copy that. I'm going to put it on my web, and I'm going to tell people what you're doing. The support for these disruptive applications, however, calls for the possibility to set up a communication network among devices. Indeed, the functional recovery of damaged neurons can be enhanced by means of innovative implantable sensors and actuator devices that exchange information. And so let's look at this implantable sensor. Internet of Robotic Things for Independent Living, Critical Analysis, and Future Directions. Implantable sensors are in vivo sensors inserted or implanted in the human body to detect, diagnose, or monitor a condition. So good to see the visuals. How's the Norway life, friend? Man, I would love to. I'd love to go to Norway. Yeah, there is a video Luke Rakowski did interview Ike at Innovar Pier. Luke Rakowski is isn't that the guy that's like pro-Trump or something? I didn't hear about that monkey experiment. I heard the story about how they separated a head off a monkey in Russia in the 50s and kept it alive for several minutes. I would not be surprised at all. So, such systems can monitor people for extended periods of time, can affect vital functions, and deliver therapy. I'll read that again. Such systems can monitor people for extended periods of time, can affect vital functions, and deliver therapy. That's manipulation of your biology using implantable devices. Sell out, he's trash, 100%, 200%. All of them. Anybody still pushing politics is going to hinder you. Politics is not real. Politics is fake. Politics is this is how we're going to write it down in the history books to have a logical journey towards biodigital convergence. And that's all politics is. It's let's do the stories that will explain how we got here. But they don't do anything. All of that shit is still going on. You've seen the Sabrina Wallace camp? They've been on this for a minute. Yeah, actually, Sabrina Wallace is in the chat. She's sending me links and stuff, trying to help me learn. Very, very patient, I will say. I don't get that sort of patience from a lot of people, but her and her group and the people that whistle blow on Racine. They've been extremely patient. Big fan of Sabrina. Hi, Sabrina. Ooh, Sabrina, you got fans on YouTube. The Sequoia Capital version of Rumble. Politics from Latin. Yep, blood-sucking insects. Yeah, it's like if you actually want to know where we're heading, you follow the tech. You follow the military industrial complex. And not just in America, but like the DARPA of Sweden, the DHS of Spain, right? You have to pay attention to all that shit and all of the technology that is here. And that's the issue, is that the politics will always follow the technology. So if you're following the politics, you're 20 years behind, 30 years behind the technology. Oh, bless you, sir. I have a picture of that black box, but I felt rude for sending my links out of order, so thank you for sharing. I was trying to send pictures there on the left. On that intrabody paper, the main images are on the left-hand side because you use visuals. And that was on that intrabody paper. You're talking about this one, right? Oh, they have all the figures right here. I see. Okay, that is very helpful. Gerrymandering in electoral college, our vote is meaningless. Learned it in high school. Man, I would say that the voting has always been meaningless. Luke Rakowski used to be really good. His stuff on Bilderberg meetings, traveling to interview David Icke. Now he's just a political rebel streamer. Sorry, no apologies needed. We don't do that apologizing stuff around here because we understand each other. So the Asia Pacific market is experiencing a fast growth with consequent improvements of healthcare policies. Some solutions have already been implemented. Okay, and then we looked at figure 1. Okay, so we started on the implantable sensors. So implantable devices with an accelerometer. Oh, figure 6A, for example. This one right here, the one that is in between the grooves of the person's skin. It says, for example, depicts a tiny implantable sensor used to monitor the internal nerves, muscles, or organs. I bet you $5 everybody on, at least in the country, probably has one of these somewhere in their body already. That's my guess. .8 earthquake, tsunami warnings. Tsunami's going crazy. Anyone trying to learn will be able to face the future more educated to help those of us working to protect our children and one another. Thank you. No, thank you. First time watching live, but listen to your stream while working. Welcome to the shit show, silly goose. It's all downhill from here. Know where you've been to know where you're heading. Yep, absolutely. Oh, what's up, non-vaxxer? Luke is a bitch who's Tim McGriffin hat fool's friend. How do you think he got so close to the main chief of NATO in Switzerland back in 2021? European Commission, 6G, IOB and T. I'm out of here. Too much homework. It is a lot of homework, man. I'll make sure that I have a web for this that will hopefully simplify everything. And I'm hoping to one day understand it well enough to be able to speak about it in layman's terms for everyone. Stream is much more interesting than Rumble sponsored knobheads. Hey, I appreciate that. What you will not ever get here is somebody glazing the government. Luke's a midget? Okay, so implantable devices with an accelerometer or a Piezoelectric sensor can be used as a cochlear implant for hearing aids. Suggests an organogel silicone fiber helical sensor based on the triboelectric nanogen. See, that's where I'm like, what the fuck is going on here? Triboelectric nanogeneration. Defined as a technology that converts mechanical energy into electrical energy. See, that's how they hide it. Politics is decades behind, like you said. If you want to know where we are now, follow the tech. Oh, it's piezo? I thought it was piezo. Type IOBNT-ITU in the Google and read the first document. Oh, forgot the O. This one? This is so important. It is our future. We said this last time, remember? Thanks to our government school system, it's the dumbing down of a nation. Sounds like the same in other countries too. Peas. Oh, yeah, that's right. You guys did correct me on that. All right, well, I completely forgot. Now I know. It's peas. Also, what the human body is a piezoelectric machine. Not jabbed once since I was... I think if you get the gist of those words, we'll be okay. It does sound like a foreign language. And so now I know that piezoelectric is mechanical to electrical. And I won't forget it. Piezo erecting? I don't... What? It's like a foreign language plus acronym soup. Yeah, and they do it on fucking purpose. They do it on purpose. Approaches technological maturity with growing number of applications on the market. New innovative ideas emerge to push the current boundaries of IoT and extend its application range. One such approach follows a holistic view in regards to the universe as an interconnected entity which is to be observed, understood, and manipulated with new information and communication technologies, ICT. At the center of this approach lies an emerging information and communication technologies framework, the Internet of Bio-Nano Things, envisioning the heterogeneous collaborative networks of natural and artificial nanobiological function devices, engineered bacteria, human cells, nanobiosensors seamlessly integrated into the internet infrastructure. Will you go back on NDS? Yeah. Yeah. They believe in... They're Christians, but they let me talk. And they also let me disagree with them on Christianity. And that I respect. Back in 1993, I would tell my classmates about the New World Order, and they would laugh at me and call me crazy, only to come to me in 2014. Have you heard about the New World Order? Emerging technologies is literally transhumanism. Is your biodigital convergence agenda 2030? Emerging technologies is emerging technologies like a company, or is it an industry, like a field? Technologies whose development practical applications are both are largely unrealized. These technologies are generally new but also include old technologies finding new applications. Emerging technologies are often perceived as capable of changing the status quo. Novelty, relatively fast, coherence, prominent. And it says literally transhumanism is right here. No, it's a definition. See, over here on the left, I'm seeing examples of emerging technologies. AI, 3D printing, like 3D printing cells and human brains. Gene therapy, aka vaccines. Cancer vaccines, which is just gene therapy. 3D printed meat, nanotech, robotics, stem cells, distributed ledger technology, which is the blockchain and smart contracts. Yep. Augmented reality, or, you know, mixing a digital like metaverse with real world. Oh yeah, it says Pokemon Go. That was a good one. Multi-use rockets, Elon, SpaceX, development of emerging tech. Yeah, all of this shit is just the transhumanist agenda, like the technocratic transhumanist agenda is all of this stuff. Now type Israel leading the bioconvergence revolution. Oh yeah, dude. Israel was responsible for the big tech boom in the 90s. A lot of pro-Israel people working under FDR helped set up like the military R&D programs. Israel's got its fucking fingers all over the place. And people want to be like, they own all the streaming companies. And I'm like, that doesn't fucking matter. They own all the military tech companies. Where do you think the streaming companies came from? The military tech companies. What now? I got hearing aid for my tinnitus, never use it, but it enhances sounds like fucks. You can hear words bounce off the wall when people talk. I don't like that. I bet that Tesla machine will cure tinnitus. Sorry, I was typing it, went to the wrong text field. Don't know how I wasn't following Sabrina's content. But remember, 7, you can fix a dryer or a washer. Hey, I've got that going for me at least. Dave, you're the cell phone guy from above. Canada Policy Horizons is creating the standardization and global policy for biodigital convergence. Israel behind it all. I mean, kind of. It's here's where I lose a lot of people. There are an undeniable amount of Jewish people involved in a lot of these things. There are also what I would consider an undeniable amount of non-Jewish people that are involved in these things. And that's where I lose people, is the people that call out the Jews are like, no, it's just the Jews. I'm like, no, it's not just the Jews. And then the people that are like, it's not the Jews at all. I'm like, well, you're kind of right. But then also, what about all these Jews? And then, but everyone wants to have it all or nothing. And I'm like, actually, it's just a bunch of fucked up people. And most of them all believe the same shit. It's just, they call it different things so that you think they're all different people, but they're all following the same fucking agenda. One of my acquaintances is against AI unless it's used medically. If I ever have a choice whether or not to interact with AI, I will always choose no. I know that there are ways in which you can't. I don't have any issue with the Jews, only the government implementing this fucked up technology. Well, I do think there's like inherent problems with the Jewish belief system. Like the whole chosen people thing, that's just a form of supremacy. Like if you had Christian, I mean, it's the same as Jehovah's Witnesses. Like Jehovah's Witnesses is a supremacy group. Because they think only they're the chosen ones. You have to believe what they believe, and if you don't, then everyone else is worse than you. But it's the same shit, you know? Don't get me started. Nah, let's get you started, dude. Because I'm right there with you. I think that the belief system is more problematic than the genealogy. Because you get to choose your belief system. That's why I don't do religion. Yeah, I'm not a religious person either. I am anti anything that requires me to relent my agency. Who created the Bible? People. People wrote the Bible. And people lie all the fucking time. But if something is wanting you to relent your agency, it's probably being used against you. Dude, that makes so much sense why my dad became Jehovah's Witness. He was a popo once. The Eliza effect is the tendency for people to attribute human-like qualities such as understanding and empathy to computer programs. Dude in England tried to kill the queen because AI told him to. Here's the fucked up part. He succeeded. And they covered it up. No, that probably didn't happen. What's up, Lone Star? But yeah, the Eliza effect is definitely happening in mass. I hate when people say, I have trained Grok. I'm like, you haven't trained shit. You are using a sandbox that is trained on your data to tell you what you want to hear. Thank goodness he's changed, kind of, allegedly. Wait, the Jays are foot soldiers, just like how the FBI says Mormons are great agents. Any group is great for their control. Bosses are all kinds. Jake Shields is cringe, but he shows up Will Chamberlain by being ashamed by a word. Yeah, it's like there is undeniable Jewish presence within the people pushing the agenda. But there are also so many other people, and that's why I think it's important to name names and implicate people, because once you start making generalizations about who's accountable for doing all of this stuff, that's when people get lost through the cracks. And I don't want anybody to get lost. So I'm naming, I don't care if they're Jewish. I don't care if they're black. I don't care if they're trans. I don't care if they're fucking part of the fucking intelligence agencies. I'm naming names. They are similar to vagal nerve stimulators and the like the Sensate wearables in an older style than the newer ones. So maybe less AI. Shabbos goys are the non-Jews who collaborate. Jews have distinct DNA, their own studies. Still has a connection to the IO medical things with use, but everything does. Sometimes you need a little help, is what I advise folks to consider. Religion, never let an institution come between you and your spiritual beliefs. Yeah. I'm under the belief that there is a higher power, but it is not like a personification of anything. I think it is the thing that like interconnects. Basically, if I had to boil it down, Earth is God. That's what I think. If I had to put it in the most simplest explanations, Earth is God. And all of the interconnectedness with which our ecosystem has been able to cohabitate for thousands of years, that is like the spirituality, right? Like the will to live, the goodwill towards others. What about water? Who fucking knows? I recently inherited a magnetic pulsar, biotuner, and silver pulsar. Thanks for the feedback. Hell yeah. I've done some studies into like the Gothic pagans, and they like worship the trees and shit and like took care of the trees. And I'm like, yeah, that sounds pretty legit. Like let's treat our existence, like worship your environment. Like the things that allow you to live and like bring food to your belly, like that you can actually observe it happening. Like the thing that lets you grow fucking tomatoes out of the ground, that's what you need to worship. Not some fucking whatever the fuck's going on with religion. Okay. All right. We're going back to, so Emerging ICT framework, Internet of Bio-Nano Things, envisioning the heterogeneous collaborative networks of natural and artificial nanobiological functional devices. And the religions just copy good ideas and claim them as part of their religion. Zeitgeist showed me back in 06 that Jesus was a personification of the sun. Yep. Live in accordance with nature. Well, that's the thing, right? Is like, if people worshipped the earth the way that they prioritize God, the planet would probably be in a good spot. It would be abundant. Everyone would live within their means. You know, it's like, oh, if you get too greedy with the planet, they're gonna fucking hurricane you. Now, again, I want to reiterate, I don't think it's like some sentient, like, being or anything, but I think that there is like an interconnectedness. Anyone know if I can ground quickly by just palming the grass real quick instead of walking on the ground barefoot? That's a great question. Somebody smarter than me can answer that, and I have also heard that trees are very good at that. Zeitgeist 2.0 was a cleverly hid promotion of communism. Oh, fuck that. Any opinion on the narrative that the elite know that a meteor strike is coming? I don't think that that's true. I think if there is going to be a doomsday thing, it's probably like the polls. Wait, what's this? When you're done reading that, click where it says about ITUJFET. Okay. So engineered bacteria, human cells, nanobiosensors, and that should really put into perspective, like, think of how small a human cell is. They want all of those connected to the internet. Think of how many sensors that is. Through mushrooms and COVID, learning about psilocybin networks was an eye-opener. Yeah, I think spirituality is like the thing that connects us all together and gives us like when you do something bad to someone and you feel bad, that is like your spirituality, in my opinion. But there's some people that don't have that. And whether they're not born with it or they get separated from it or what, I don't know. But to me, like, that's spirituality, is like the desire to be good and do good and put forth good and take care of people and have empathy and understanding and shit. True answer, it's the stomping of your barefoot to the ground that gets the quickest dissipation of energy. Any skin contact works, but it's not the same. Got plants everywhere. I need to get more plants in my house. Seamlessly integrated into the internet infrastructure. IOB&T is positioned to extend our connectivity and control over non-conventional domains. For example, the human body, with unprecedented spatiotemporal resolution, enabling paradigm-shifting applications, particularly in the healthcare domain, such as intra-body continuous health monitoring and theranostic systems with single molecular precision. So what is theranostic systems? Trump just called for above 600 megahertz for 6G, all spectrum. Above 600 megahertz is for intra-body communication. So, do you have some info on that? Yeah, I hear plants have their own language, especially in dangerous situations they give off. I forgot what it's called, but it's recognized. Anytime you mow the grass, the smell of fresh cut grass is that is a stressor signal that is being given off by the grass to tell the other grass that it's in danger. Now, why it does that, because grass doesn't fucking move, I have no idea. But yeah, type 1906.1 EEE. Yet people need to understand that the IEEE, that is the WHO, the United Nations of technology. And it's terrible. Pheromones? Probably. Oh. Let's see here. What'd you say? 1906.1 IEEE. You're gonna get me on a list somewhere, man. Nanoscale communications is a new paradigm encompassing all of those concerns related to the exchange of information among devices at the nanometer scale. Oh shit, it is 9:14. I have 15 minutes left. This will enable, a network infrastructure consisting of a huge amount of nano devices is envisaged to ensure robust, reliable, and coordinated data transmission. This will enable a plethora of forthcoming applications and services in many different research fields, such as personalized medicine, synthetic biology, environmental science, or industry, which will lead to outstanding and unprecedented advances. Standard provides a conceptual and general framework for set the starting point for future developments in nanoscale communications networks. This paper reviews the latest recommendations, observing their main features when applied to electromagnetic communications area. We contribute by identifying and discussing the principal shortcomings of the standard. That's not even a JRE deep dive. Never done mushrooms, drugs, or want to do DMT. Just learning how mushrooms connect and facilitate every other living being in a woodland area was my learning. Yeah, and like how those small ecosystems that are we pass them in our peripheral all the time. The things that makes those things function. Like that interconnectedness, and like how ants communicate with each other. Type NNI 20-year anniversary, read the first sentence. Scientists and engineers across many fields and disciplines are united by their work at the nanoscale. Their diverse efforts have helped produce everything from faster microchips to powerful mRNA vaccines. The transformative impact of this work has been spurred by the coordination and focus on U.S. nanotechnology established by the 21st Century Nanotechnology Research and Development Act in 2003. Celebrating the NI's broad impact and envisioning the future, this symposium brought together voices from across emerging technologies landscape. Ron Wyden. Is there a way to see who attended these? Luckily, acid and DMT or the mushrooms never crossed my path. No judgment from me. Just never ran into any good or bad. I don't want a queen. DMT, don't get me started. Doesn't your stream stop at 3 hours? I set it for 5. Usually I try to do 4. But tonight I set it for 5 because I've been off for a couple days and I wanted to talk about some stuff. But there is no nanotechnology in those mRNA vaccines, right? You know, when you put it like that, by going to their official page and them putting out the words and everything like that, you know, Jake GTV's videos are good. I just know the video is not the person behind it that blows. It's lipid nanoparticles. So I get told a lot to look into statins. And I don't understand them. Oh, here's all the people. NASA astronaut. Stanford. Fucking Stanford. Rice University. Rice is big. See, like, I know all these company names. Or all the names, but the tech is still where I'm trying to I get the gist, right? But it's being able to speak to the details of the big picture. Like I'm a big picture guy, and it's when the details, you have to start digging into those. That's where I whoa, thank you for the subscription. FDA Modernization Act 2.0 allows them to exchange old meds for new nanotechs, CRISPR meds, I'm assuming. Still just a fat cell. DMT is the bomb, only for those who know. I've done DMT a couple times. I had a friend that was making it out of, it was like sassafras root or something, some sort of bark. I can't remember the tree, but he was making it out of some kind of bark. Still just a fat cell. Cholesterol is your friend. Inflammation is your enemy. I eat eggs as much as I possibly can. Waited an hour and a half on pills for Amy Winehouse to play Bestival 2008. Making brown rice right now. Jake is awake, so if we can show him the Abrahamic decision, I think he'll quickly realize the deception. Which Jake? SRI, MIT, Harvard, Rice, Northeastern, on and on it goes. Yeah. And it's so funny because someone will become like the new hero, right? And the first thing I go do is look at what school they went to. Cambridge University, IOE includes your IOB and T 6G infrastructure. Fucking Cambridge. John Hopkins is another one. Harvard. Cornell is big. The NASA Langley Research Center is literally just NASA CIA. Pennsylvania. Yeah, Penn State is big on this also. Arizona. I've seen a lot of stuff come out of Arizona. Virginia Tech. I mean, the only thing I've really ever seen about Virginia Tech was that shooting. The Department of Energy, National Science Foundation, Naval Research, all of these things. If you see anybody a part of any of that shit, red flag, do not trust them. They are your enemy. They are trying to kill you. Type NASA, IOB, and T. All right, I have 10 minutes. Everyone else just see that? These are great for biomimetics, acousto-optical networks for the VLC. They have many algorithms with FMCW. What is VLC? In this paper, we investigate the Internet of Nano Things, which relates to networks formed by molecular communications by providing means of communication through the ubiquitously connected blood vessels. Molecular communication-based IOB and T enables a host of new e-health applications. For example, an organ monitoring sensor can transfer internal body signals through the IOB and T for health monitoring applications. We empirically show that blood vessel channels introduce a new set of challenges for the design of molecular communication systems in comparison to free space channels. We then propose cylindrical duct channel models and discuss the corresponding system designs conforming to the channel characteristics. Furthermore, based on prototype implementations, we confirm that molecular communication techniques can be utilized for composing the IOB and T. We believe that the promising results presented in this work, together with the rich research challenges that lie ahead, are strong indicators that IOB and T with molecular communication can drive novel applications for emerging health systems, e-health systems. Said light emits magnetism? Yeah, it has something to do with light strobing and shit that they communicate. in your body. Visible light communication. Yeah, okay. VLC. Got it. And see, it's funny because I'll start to talk about this stuff in a roundabout way, and I'll sort of be right, even though I don't know any of the words. That's how you know that I've been looking. I've been looking into it. So I'm trying. I really am. It's so much to take in. Right on, Dave. Bees, wasps, they hate LED lights. Really? Noted. It's how they beam steer the VLC and other tertiary networks by layer, fabric, edges, and multiple control planes. It's like one big video game. What was the other thing you said? FMCW, frequency modulated continuous wave. That needs more eyeballs and knowledge spread, specifically if Tren Q is going to pardon her. You're doing really great, brother. Better than any other creator so far. Hey, I'll take it, because I feel like I'm so fucking behind. Like, I've thought to myself multiple times, what if they think that I'm bullshitting, being stupid, to not talk about it? And I'm like, man, I really hope they don't think that. I would think that of me by now. So I appreciate you guys. I always found strobe lights disturbing on the dance floor or at raves. Well, what is it? Photomatics? I've been trying to get all these fuckers to talk about the biodigital convergence for 5 years. No way. The data center and knowing the bands for the Orin, you have a solid background. So I just worked at a T-Mobile call center, and I was tech support. So when it came to the bands and stuff, I had to be able to speak to that. So I learned every fucking thing that I could, and I've just kept it all with me. And I'm never gonna use any of this information ever again. And here we are. So, you know, never take for granted the things that you learn in life, I guess, is the best way to phrase that. The street lights are going to be incandescents again. Aren't incandescent light bulbs illegal in America? Isn't it illegal to make them now and distribute them, like sell them? I've been attacked every single time I turn on an LED in the woods. Fuck their LEDs. Yeah, dude, fuck LED, period. Let's go back to cathodes. You get that the world is one giant mass perceptual management institution made of bullshit manipulation, and that's good enough for me. The rest are details. Yeah, I'm a big picture guy. You want the big picture? Just go to the top of my profile and look at my banner. Government, religion, money, history, COVID, war, Hollywood, media, crypto, influencers, space. It's all fake. And by fake, I don't mean it doesn't exist, because all these, well, some of these, a few of these things actually exist, but everything that you know about it is fake. Everyone's understanding of government, religion, money, all of that, like, that's what's fake. Now, COVID is fake, but, you know, space, I think, is kind of, I mean, I've never been, so burden of proof's on them. And all I ever get is like shitty CGI videos. So yeah, we have full darkness at night in our woods because camping in PA and the FL noise around us was intense. The natural darkness is better. Yeah, I want to move. That's the end of that thought. I want to move. I don't like where I'm at. I bought boxes of incandescents. What? Hold on. A ban covering most general service incandescent lamps took effect in the United States in 2023. It says in 2022, the Biden administration. Wait. Okay. The Energy Department announced the reversal of the 2014 regulation that would have taken effect in 2020. Oh, hold on. Okay. DOE issued regulations that would extend the efficiency standards law to certain specialty bulbs effective January 2020. This was the LED mandate. In 2019, announced a proposal to withdraw this change. In September 2019, the Trump administration rolled back these energy efficiency standards for light bulbs with the Energy Department's publication of regulations in the Federal Register. DOE announced the reversal of the 2014 regulation that would have taken effect and implemented the last round of energy-saving light bulb regulations outlined by the Energy Independence and Security Act of 2007. And then in 2022, the Biden administration undid the reversal, and the sale of most incandescent light bulbs was banned effective August 1st, 2023. So that's what I was going off of. You could probably still find them, but eBay, etc. Yeah. I just meant like you can't make a company. Like, you can't have a company that's just, like, selling incandescent bulbs all fast and loose. Yeah, Ashton Forbes has opened my eyes and brain to a lot of this stuff. 80% of whenever I listen to his streams, I don't understand. I'll say the one thing about Ashton Forbes is I'm weary of his UFO disclosure shit. His one time he was marketing this thing called Over Unity, which ended up just being a giant free energy device scam. And he has worked with Ian Carroll quite a few times. So I feel that way about Ashton Forbes. But problem with Ashton is he uses that jet disappearing video that's proven to be CGI. Oh, yeah. Don't ever be scared or embarrassed about asking questions or wanting to learn, my friend. Likewise, UK stopped light bulbs that give out heat energy years ago. I refuse the smart meter too. Oh shit, it is 9:30. Twitter is about to cut my stream off, so I will take time really quick to thank everybody. In Christianity, Judaism, and MAGA, thank you. Silly Goose, L, Jim, Dave804, No Bullshit Media is Non-Vaxxer. Psy Energy is Sabrina. Thank you guys for stopping by and helping to teach me some more shit. Fuck you, pal. Thank you, brother. Lone Star, Cyberpunk, Cocoa Biscuits. Thank you for catching every fucking stream. Synthoet Sith. Thank you. I hope I said that right. L, Chrome 47. LG was here. JR20 Abel. D was here. Thank you for the love and support. Coffee something. I lost it. Sorry. Coffee something. Thank you. Thank you, Pastel, for the 5 gifted subs. Love and support in the chat is always nice. Mars, Joyce B, Phil, thank you, brother. I hope the job's still going good. And we will catch you guys. So tomorrow I will be recording with Vagabond. I'm going to be talking about how the military industrial complex started Silicon Valley, and that's how we got like Sun Microsystems and basically like a precursor to the biodigital convergence by setting up the .com boom and all these big tech companies, and that all just being an extension of the military. That's coming tomorrow. I'm going to live stream tomorrow as well. And then Thursday, I'm going to be on with Ryan Sikorsky. I think I'm saying that right. 10 a.m. Central Time. And we'll be streaming, going over a lot of this stuff. He's going to be giving me like some intros and stuff and allowing me to ask questions in real time and things like that. And then Thursday night, I will be doing the Racine stream. And then Friday, I will be on with Deboomasan, and we'll be talking about the Flynn network and maybe to kind of see how that ties a little bit into the biodigital convergence and go from there. Thanks, Seven. to catch more lives going forward. Appreciate the feedback again, Sabrina. I'm enjoying your material and I'm thankful it was recommended to me. Peace to the chat. Hey, thank you guys, everybody. You guys are fucking awesome. Make sure you go out, do something for yourselves, get outside today or tomorrow if it's too late where you're at. And thank you guys again for just hanging out and trying to get to the bottom of this fucking hellscape psyop world that we live in, and trying to find the truth together. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Peace out, everybody.